There's been a multiplication out there. Thank you so much. All right, man. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Look at that crowd there, and we've seen this day after day, crowds lining up starting at 1 a.m. each day just to get one of those coveted seats inside the courthouse in Fairfax, Virginia. As you can see, it's a very different scene for Johnny Depp's arrival versus for Amber Heard's arrival. A lot of Depp supporters that we're seeing, not as many Amber Heard supporters that we've been seeing throughout the course of this trial. And Court TV has been there from the very beginning there in Fairfax, Virginia for the start of this. And just a reminder, closing arguments are today, and jury instructions will begin just a short time from now. Court TV, we've been there to capture the drama outside and inside of the courthouse. Let's watch.
I came here with very little expectations. I am not a Johnny Depp huge fan, but I don't know anything about Amber Heard, really.
You want to see them, is what he said. So you're not going to mom never will go.
Morning, Captain Jack.
Hello, Sean.
How are you?
Better than I deserve, eh? Considering I was marooned on that godforsaken spit of land for over 40 days, 40 nights.
Does anyone have...
You're not seeing Johnny Depp. You're not going to shove your in my face. Yeah, no, go away.
We're here to support Amber Heard.
So do you believe her claims?
Yeah, it's definitely past belief.
Okay, so with us, Marion County Attorney in Iowa, Ed Bull, Criminal Defense Attorney April Prayer in Chicago joining us. So, I mean, the fans are just going wild over this. Ms. Prayer, do you think this has any impact on the proceedings here? And I mean, obviously, in theory, it should not, right? The jury does have a separate entrance, but they've got to witness some of that.
Yeah, I would imagine that you can't keep them from all of that. It was pretty intense. I was surprised. I don't know why I'm surprised, but it's a Hollywood circus. They know that they are a part of a major trial, probably the biggest trial going on in the United States at the time. And so I can't imagine they can keep them from all of this, even if they stay off of social media like they're instructed, and they say they don't watch TV as they're instructed, and they don't search for it on their phones. But I'm sure they hear and see some of it. We would hope that it doesn't have any bearing on what the jury decides, and that their decision will be based solely on the evidence that they saw in court, saw and heard in court. But they're also human. And so there's really no way that they're going to be able to tune out what's happening around them, tune out, whatever opinions they came into the trial already with about the litigants.
And Mr. Bull, before we run out of time, I want to get your take on that, and actually a more possible indirect impact, for instance, on the morale of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard when they see all that.
Well, I mean, it is the true definition of a circus, and it's unfortunate that the very important issues of domestic violence, interpersonal violence, and the ability to speak your truth is overshadowed by who the participants are. And I hope that both men and women are not dissuaded of coming forward when they've been the victims of violence, because it appears if you're a popular person or you have an insane amount of money, the justice system looks different. And that's concerning as a prosecutor who every day goes to bat for men and women who are the victims of crime. But Joy, to your final point, you're exactly right. I can't imagine what it's like every day going to court. It's hard enough. It is emotionally draining for the average person, let alone walking through tens of thousands of people who are cheering for the other side.
All right, thank you so much. And we are counting down to the final day of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard closing argument set to begin this morning. Keep it right here at Court TV.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Are we all ready for the closing statements? Today is the last day of court before. Oh my God! Why? What is this? Hold on, Jesus, amateur. All right, so today is the last day. Closing statements before it gets turned over to the jury for them to deliberate their verdict. I do not believe that they are going to come up with a verdict today. I think the earliest that we're going to see is Tuesday. However, just in case, I'm going to leave Court TV on my computer all day long. So if they go, oh, breaking news, we have a verdict, I'm going to come out here and make another stream, and we can all watch it together. At least some of us can watch it together. So 7 a.m. Good Lord. Well, have a good night or morning. Oh, God. Guys, don't forget, please hit that like and share button. It really helps out the channel, especially if I'm going to be doing this more. I want to make sure that there's enough people that actually enjoy the content for me to be encouraged to continue to do more stuff like this. Don't forget, Kevin Spacey has been brought up on charges of sexual assault. That will most likely end up being a court case. So if you guys want to hang out with me, when or if that ever becomes a court case, we can be here doing it all over again with Kevin Spacey. He touched you guys. Oh, God. What is wrong with actors? What? Hollywood just does something to people. I don't know what it is. I'm 3 foot tall on your wall? You love the thumbnail? Thanks. So I decided we'll use Court TV. I was going to go with Law and Crime today, but their sound, when I first opened it up, it was horrible. And I'm like, well, I don't know if that's me or if it's them. So I opened up Court TV. I was like, it's them. I'm done dealing with Law and Crime and their shitty audio. So we're going to move over to Court TV today. Oh, good Lord. Okay. All right. So it is 9 o'clock. The jury should just be coming in. We're going to go ahead and we're going to move this, move me back off to the side where I belong, and put everything up on the big screen over here where you guys want to see it. Again, I had to kind of mess with my audio. So if if their audio
Johnny has
is
taken enough of my voice.
louder than
I
me,
have a
or if you
right
guys are getting a
as
really
an
bad
American
echo, please let me know.
to talk about what happened to me.
I've never in my life committed sexual battery.
I just want Johnny to leave me alone.
I just wanted to leave me alone, but I vow that I'm never going to let this go.
Ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, and all false.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence you're going to hear in this matter.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. The judge is now on the bench for the final day of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Jury instructions will be given, and then closing arguments. Let's listen.
Okay, fantastic. Let me just take a minute to get my computer up, Lisa.
God bless this judge, by the way. This poor woman.
All right, just also, I did, for the ones that are going to go back to the jury, I did take off the Depp and Heard on the title, so it just has the numbers on the jury instructions, okay? Okay, we're ready for the jury.
Okay, so the jury now entering the courtroom shortly.
Okay.
Jury instructions will be read, and then
all right,
arguments will follow soon after the presentation of evidence is now closed.
She has the patience of Job.
Day of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and the jury will begin deliberating shortly after closing arguments today. We're talking about a jury, a panel of 9. Predominantly.
How are we looking as far as like echo and stuff like that goes today, you guys?
Men on this jury.
I'm actually going to turn down the audio on my microphone just a little bit, just in case that is one of the things that's causing the echo. And if I'm not loud enough, you guys need to let me know.
As well. But closing arguments will go as such. Depp's team will start with their closing. Heard's team will have a rebuttal and then their defense closing. And then Depp's rebuttal. Let's go ahead and listen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have heard all the evidence in the case.
She is all smiles today.
Closing arguments, the court will
because she knows it's over.
Instructions of law that you are to apply in deciding this case. Okay. Since it's been quite a while since I gave you the preliminary instructions, I want to remind you that in closing arguments, the lawyers will
the court microphones sound like shit today.
Evidence that you will have heard, but what the lawyers say in their closing arguments is not itself evidence. Their statements are only their recollection of what the evidence in the case was. It is your collective recollection as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, which shall govern your deliberations. In addition, your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory.
Camille.
You should not give your notes precedence over your independent recollection of the evidence. You should rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. I also wanted to make you aware that due to the high-profile nature of this case, the court has entered an order to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different than what I had instructed you in the beginning of the case. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, okay? All right, as to the following jury instructions that I'm going to give you, you'll be able to take these written jury instructions into the deliberation room with you, so you don't need to write down exactly what I say right now, because you'll all have copies of them, but I would ask for your attention while I read them to you, okay? With respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you, you may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are legible.
They're lucky. When I was a juror, they expected us just to remember everything. They didn't give us copies of shit. And I'm like,
do not concern yourself with that. Some
and everybody, all the jurors were looking at each other like, what was it exactly that they?
Not the headings.
Because they were saying it so fast we couldn't write it.
Some of the instructions may appear to be in conflict. This is because the court cannot predict your findings of fact. Therefore, the court must instruct you, the jury, on the applicable law under both the plaintiff's and the defendant's theory of the case. Okay? All right. You have been chosen and sworn as jurors in this case to try the issues of facts presented. You must consider and decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias or prejudice as to any party. All persons stand equal before the law and are entitled to the same treatment under the law.
Wolf.
Our system of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Both of the parties and the public expect that you will carefully and impartially consider all the evidence in the case, follow the law as stated by the court, and reach a just verdict regardless of the consequences. You are the judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. You may consider the appearance and manner of the witnesses on the stand, their intelligence, their opportunity for knowing the truth and for having observed the things about which they testified, their interest in the outcome of the case, their bias, and if any have been shown, their prior inconsistent statements, or whether they have knowingly testified untruthfully as to any material fact in the case. You may not arbitrarily disregard believable testimony of a witness. However, after you have considered all the evidence in the case, then you may accept or discard all or part of the testimony of a witness as you think proper. You are entitled to use your common sense in judging any testimony. From these things and all the other circumstances of the case, you may determine which witnesses are more believable and weigh their testimony accordingly. You must not base your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, guesswork, or speculation. Your verdict must be based solely upon the evidence and instructions of the court. Your verdict must be based on the facts as you find them and on the law contained in all of these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp II's claims against defendant Amber Laura Heard, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, whether Ms. Heard made or published any of the following statements.
I'm doing great.
Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath that has to change. B, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. C, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Number two, do any of Ms. Heard's statements imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp? Number three, were Ms. Heard's statements seen by anyone other than Mr. Depp? Number four, did Ms. Heard's statements convey a defamatory implication to someone who saw them other than Mr. Depp? Number five, are the implications or insinuations about Mr. Depp in Ms. Heard's statements false? Number six, did Ms. Heard make the statements with actual malice? Number seven, if Mr. Depp is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Mr. Depp's damages? On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. With respect to Ms. Heard's claims against Mr. Depp, the issues in this case are summarized below. Number one, did Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, make the following statements? A, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as a sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. B, quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And C, we have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Number two, are any of the statements about Ms. Heard? Number three, were any of the statements seen by someone other than Ms. Heard? Number four, are any of the statements false? Number five, were any of the statements made with actual malice? Number six, if Ms. Heard is entitled to recover, what is the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? On these issues, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof. Your decisions on these issues must be governed by the instructions that follow. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim of defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. And number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven,
there's no doubt that other people saw it. I mean, he lost his possible roles and was removed from Warner Brothers.
You shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of evidence that, number one, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. And number two, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number three, the statement is false. Number four, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number five, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number six, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of this statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number seven, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Mr. Depp on his claim for defamation about the following statement if he has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Ms. Heard made or published the following statement. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. And number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 3, the statement is false. And number 4, the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. And if Mr. Depp further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 7, that Ms. Heard made the statement with actual malice. If Mr. Depp failed to prove any one or more of the 7 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Ms. Heard with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict.
Wait for the liquor until Amber Heard's attorneys speak.
If she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And number 4,
give me a moment, everybody. I'll be right back.
And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement if she has proved by the greater weight of the evidence that, number 1, Adam Waldman, while acting as an agent for Mr. Depp, made or published the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their stories straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. And number 2, the statement is about Ms. Heard. And number 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. And 4, the statement is false. And if Ms. Heard further proved by clear and convincing evidence, number 5, that the statement by Mr. Waldman was made with actual malice. If Ms. Heard failed to prove any one or more of the 5 elements above, then you shall find your verdict for Mr. Depp with respect to the above statement.
Okay, so you have been listening and watching as the judge instructs the jury in Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Closing arguments begin a short time from now. We're going to take you back into that Fairfax, Virginia courthouse live ahead here on Court TV.
Hey, everybody, just to let you know, I have a huge storm getting ready to pass through. So I'm just going to say now, I apologize if everything in my house blows up or you see a giant strike of lightning out there, and then that's the last thing that you see. So just going to let you know. For those of you with liquor, I highly recommend that you start with coffee, wait till Amber Heard's team does their testimony, and then just start slamming the liquor. Closest lightning strike here is, oh, awesome, 2 miles away. great. And it's coming right at me. Okay. You'll say nice things about me at my funeral. That is very kind of you. So I would like everybody to also say hello to my moderators, Lillette, Khaleesi, Bomber, Tam. They do a phenomenal job while they're here, kind of helping answer questions and maintaining the chat. What we got here? Yes, I have metal in my arm now. Yeah. Ugh. Look at that. Look at all the love coming from Twitch. Hi to all the mods over at YouTube. For those of you that have been over at my Twitch and you've been consistent over at my Twitch, I thank you guys very much for supporting me over there. It means a whole lot to me. Seeing as I can't game because I don't have feeling in this hand. So a lot of people always ask, how come you don't do any game streaming and stuff like that? One, I have a horrible computer. Like, this is about the max. And even this, like, stresses it out. Two, I don't have a way to game because I can't feel the keys on the keyboard. I can't look at the screen. I always have to look down at where my fingers are actually touching on the keyboard. Yes. I do take a lot of potty breaks. I drink a lot of diuretics. And I hadn't pooped yet this morning. So, there's that. The hockey light for the random Brookenings. Yeah. There's not a whole lot of Brookenings happening on YouTube. I had one yesterday, a spam bot or whatever, one of the sex bots or something like that.
3,200 now.
3,200 now. All right, looks like we're back. Are we level enough on the volume? No real echo, anything like that?
Moment now in the defamation trial between Hollywood actors Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and then it will be time to hand it off to the jury to decide the fate of this former couple.
You're interrupting
right
me.
Now, the jury's listening to the judge read the jury instructions. So
I can do what you're doing.
Into court.
Statements. The burden remains on each party to prove that the statements he or she complains of are false. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not.
Are you guys getting an echo at all?
Opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists as to those whom we call expert witnesses. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state their opinions as to relevant and material matters in which they profess to be expert, and may also state their reasons for the opinion. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you may think it deserves. If you should decide that the opinions of an expert witness is not based upon sufficient education and experience,
only when the mic is on. Okay. Do you guys want me to switch it over to law and crime?
Entirely.
I know that they don't go into commercials and shit like that and have some stupid reporter come in and essentially be like, well, they're back telling all the stuff the judge is telling everybody what to do.
Their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning by which they support their opinion, their possible bias in favor of the side for which they testify, the relative opportunities for study or observation of the matters about which they testify, and any other matters which serve to illuminate their statements. In considering the weight to be given to the testimony of expert witnesses, you should consider the basis for his or her opinion and the manner by which he or she arrived at it.
Well, the good news, you guys, is that today I've got a whole new mic setup coming that should eliminate all of that. That should eliminate all of that, plus headphones, plus an amplifier for me to be able to plug into.
This evidence is permitted to test the knowledge.
We won't have to worry about echo after today.
If such evidence is established as a reliable authority by expert testimony, it may be considered by you along with the other evidence in the case. In considering the evidence, you're not limited to the bald statement. Case that a witness other than Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard previously made a statement inconsistent with his or her testimony at this trial. The only purpose for which that statement may be considered by you is its bearing on the witness's credibility. It is not evidence that what the witness previously said was true.
I did not get a soundboard draft. My wife would not let me get one.
Previously made a statement inconsistent with her or his testimony at this trial. That previous statement may be considered by you as evidence that what Ms. Heard or Mr. Depp previously said was true. In reaching your verdict in this case, you are to consider the testimony and evidence. Sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and instructed a witness not to answer a question. Objections and instructions to witnesses are not evidence, and you may not consider them in reaching your verdict, nor are you to draw any inference from the fact that an objection was made. You must not consider any matter that was rejected or stricken by the court. It is not evidence and should be discarded. Any amount of damages requested by a party is not evidence in this case. You should not consider it as evidence in arriving at your verdict.
I think Ben Chu is going to do the closing arguments.
If you find your verdict for Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard, then he or she is
but
entitled
I
to
could be
recover
wrong.
compensatory
Could be
damages
Camille.
without any proof of actual or pecuniary injury.
It's
As a result,
if it's
injury
not
to Mr.
Camille,
Depp or
Ben,
Ms. Heard's
or the
personal
other
and
guy,
business reputation, humiliation, and embarrassment is presumed. If you find either party liable for defamation, then in determining the amount of damages to which the opposing party is entitled, you may take into consideration all the circumstances surrounding the defamatory statements, the occasions on which they were made,
Amber
and the
Heard is
extent
going to
of their
hook up with some
publication,
guy from
the nature and
like
character
Abu
of the
Dhabi
insult,
or some
the
shit.
probable
because
effect on
those are
those
the
who
only,
heard
like,
the statements, and their probable
only the
and
guys
natural
over there are
effect
going to
upon
want
the
her
defamed
anymore.
party's personal feelings and upon his or her standing in the community and in business. Your verdict should be for the amount that will fully and fairly compensate him or her for, number one, any loss or injury to his or her business. Number two, any insult to him or her, including any pain, embarrassment, humiliation, or mental suffering. Number three,
I
any
agree,
injury to
guys.
his or her reputation.
I agree. If soundboard
And number
would be
four,
fun.
any actual out-of-pocket losses that were
I
caused
can
by the
add
statements.
one to my wish list, but
Mr. Depp
that
cannot
doesn't mean I'm
recover damages
asking anybody to get
for
it.
any harm that occurred
Just
after November
means
2nd,
I can have one on there to show the
2020.
wife. Look, see, they're
Ms.
not
Heard
that
can recover
expensive.
damages for any harm that occurred after Mr. Waldman's statements were published. The burden is on the party seeking damages to prove by the greater weight of the evidence each item of damages he or she claims and to prove that each item was caused by the defamatory statements at issue. Neither party is required to prove the exact amount of damages, but the party must show sufficient facts and circumstances to permit you to make a reasonable estimate of each item. If either party fails to do so, then he or she cannot recover for that item. If you have found by clear and convincing evidence that the statements in the op-ed were made with knowledge that they were false or so recklessly as to amount to a willful disregard for the truth, that is, with a high degree of awareness that the statements were probably false, then you may award punitive damages to punish Ms. Heard for such actions.
Well, my guess is Depp is going to make around 14 million, so that after taxes, he's still sitting at about the at the 7 million
damages, if
mark.
any,
If
in the amount you
Depp gets
allow
any
as
money,
punitive damages.
Heard won't get anything.
If you have found by clear and
Essentially, she'll
convincing
lose
evidence
the
that Mr.
countersuit
Waldman, while acting as an
immediately,
agent for Mr.
by
Depp, made the
default.
statements with knowledge that they were false
The only
or so
way Amber
recklessly
can
as
make
to amount
any
to a
money is
willful
if
disregard
Depp
for the
loses
truth,
the
that
original
is, with a high degree of awareness
suit,
that the
then it
statements were
flips
probably
over to
false,
Amber Heard for
then
the
you may award
countersuit,
punitive
and they
damages
have to
to
make
punish
judgment
Mr.
on
Depp
that.
for his such actions and to serve as an example to prevent others from making such statements in the future. You must state separately in your verdict any amount you allow as compensatory damages, if any, and the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right, closing arguments.
No, the judge may not, actually. Oh, it is Camille. Woo! Let's go, Queen!
There you go. You got it. I think so. Okay. No, you had it for a second.
She's looking sharp today.
Good morning. Thank you. Let's try that again. Good morning. On May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into a courthouse in Los Angeles, California to get a no-notice ex parte restraining order against Mr. Depp. And in doing so, ruined his life by falsely telling the world that she was a survivor of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp. Today, on May 27th, 2022, exactly 6 years later, we ask you to give Mr. Depp his life back by telling the world that Mr. Depp is not the abuser Ms. Heard said he is, and hold Ms. Heard accountable for her lies. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as you probably know by now, my name is Camille Vasquez. On behalf of Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want to thank you deeply for your time and your service over these last 7 weeks. We understand that it probably has not been convenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time and careful consideration of the evidence as you deliberate. After weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence, now it's time for you, the jury, to come to a decision. You have been entrusted with a serious task. What is at stake in this trial is a man's good name. Even more than that, what is at stake at this trial is a man's life. The life that he lost when he was accused of a heinous crime, and the life he could live when he is finally vindicated. Exactly 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court and filed a false report of domestic abuse against her husband of 15 months, Johnny Depp. The scene was a setup. She tipped off the paparazzi so they would be waiting. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face to photograph. And the photos captured what she wanted them to see, the image of a battered woman. What the paparazzi did not know is that the dark mark on her face mysteriously appeared 6 days after last seeing Mr. Depp. It was a lie. She knew it, Mr. Depp knew it, and the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st, 2016 also knew it. But the world only saw what she wanted them to see. Two years later, when promoting the biggest role of her career until this trial, Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as a public figure representing domestic abuse. The headline of the op-ed featured the term sexual violence, even though she had never before accused her ex-husband of such a heinous crime. Ms. Heard and her lawyers love to remind you of how the op-ed did not mention Mr. Depp by name, but Ms. Heard made sure that there would be no mistake about who she was referring to. She inserted 2 years ago, so the world would remember the photo of a battered woman, the mark on her face standing outside the courthouse, and they would once again see Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the Me Too movement. But what was happening behind closed doors was quite different from what Ms. Heard presented to the world. The exact opposite, in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom, but it is not Mr. Depp. And there is a victim of domestic abuse in this courtroom, but it is not Ms. Heard. The evidence presented at this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser, and Mr. Depp the abused. As you heard from Mr. Depp and multiple other witnesses that testified under oath at this trial, Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and emotional abuse by Ms. Heard during their relationship. And when their relationship was over, Ms. Heard inflicted the greatest and cruelest injury of all. She publicly and falsely named Mr. Depp as the abuser. Ms. Heard never thought she would be held accountable, never thought that she would have to face her abuser. She never thought she would have her supposed mountain of evidence vetted. She never thought that Mr. Depp would tell you, the jury, and the world that he was the real victim of domestic abuse. She said it in her own words.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. I know it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I stood before you to give you our opening statements on behalf of Mr. Depp. During that statement, we made promises to you about what the evidence would ultimately show at the end of this trial. We've kept those promises. One of those promises we made was that you would come to understand who Ms. Heard is, that she is a deeply troubled person, violently afraid of abandonment, desperate for attention and approval. And in her relationship with Mr. Depp, she was violent, she was abusive, and she was cruel. You heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, who explained that Ms. Heard suffers from borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. These are disorders that are characterized by anger, sometimes uncontrollable and explosive anger, and a powerful, sometimes desperate need for attention, acceptance, and approval. Fear of abandonment is the deepest fear. A person with these disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods and can sometimes be violent and aggressive. They can also be charming and likable, but they can be incredibly manipulative and wild. An emotional roller coaster with wild swings, from idolizing their partner to devaluing him. In fact, you saw that when she completed testing with her own forensic psychology expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes. Ms. Heard self-reported that she felt like she had 3 or 4 different personalities, and that sometimes her temper would explode and she'd completely lose control. You heard from multiple witnesses that Ms. Heard can be very pleasant, even charming, but you also heard from multiple witnesses and in audio recordings of Ms. Heard that she can be incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even from her former assistant, Kate James, Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard would scream, yell, and send her barrages of text messages. In fact, Ms. Heard testified that Ms. James testified that Ms. Heard literally spat in her face. You heard from Ms. Heard's former best friend, Rocky Pennington, that Ms. Heard once hit her when Ms. Pennington did not do her best to meet Ms. Heard's needs. You also heard from Beverly Leonard that she once witnessed Ms. Heard assault her then partner in Seattle Airport in 2009. And you heard from Mr. Depp that
She's
Ms.
killing
Heard
it.
used her sister Whitney as a punching bag, literally and figuratively. You also heard overwhelming evidence from Mr. Depp and the people that were around him and Ms. Heard during their relationship, that Mr. Depp suffered persistent verbal and physical abuse at the hands of Ms. Heard. You've heard evidence from Dr. Curry and the fact witnesses at this trial that Ms. Heard's deepest fear is one of abandonment, being left by Mr. Depp. Mr. Depp's greatest crime in her mind, the fault she confronts him with time and time again, is that he splits.
Wrath, it's only going to show you the number of likes if you haven't left to come back in. Those likes won't change while you're just sitting in here. There's more than
You heard from
11.
Ms. Heard yourselves in audio recordings how upsetting it was to her when Mr. Depp would split.
Anytime anything goes wrong, you split. I feel like it's your first thing. And it's unnecessary. It's not always you're splitting because there's blows or because there's yelling or anything. You split most times when I'm still speaking in this volume and nothing has been thrown or hit or anything.
You saw the barrage of text messages she would send when he would leave, calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, Tara Roberts, and Debbie Lloyd that Ms. Heard would clod Mr. Depp, block the elevator, throw a punch when Mr. Depp tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard reported that when Mr. Depp would leave to de-escalate a fight, she would strike him to keep him there because she would rather be in a fight than have him leave. You heard from Mr. Depp about how often Ms. Heard would berate him, insult him, and physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started because Ms. Heard was enraged that Mr. Depp wanted a post-nuptial agreement, and she wasn't in his will, just a month after getting married. When her husband was seriously injured and bleeding from a partially amputated finger, what did Ms. Heard do? She pursued him. She kept coming after him because that's what she does. She wouldn't stop.
It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation that's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
to
avoid
escape
working it
the,
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
You heard Mr. Depp testify. He went through something like a nervous breakdown that day, and he wrote a lot of things on mirrors and other places. Again, what did Ms. Heard do as her husband was bleeding from serious injury? She wrote snarky messages right back to him. She denied it under oath to you, but the evidence you saw speaks for itself. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant arguing and bickering. He witnessed Ms. Heard calling Mr. Depp names. Fat ass. Fuck you, Johnny. Mr. Bett testified that he saw and documented injuries on Mr. Depp. A swollen eyelid in March of 2015, cuts on his nose, scratch marks on his chin in December of 2015. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp names like washed up, fucking cunt, and worst of all, a fucking deadbeat dad. Ms. Heard would take the low blows and hit him where it hurts, his children. Mr. McGivern told you that on March 23rd, 2015, Ms. Heard threw things at Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately punched him in the face, leaving him with a shiner. You heard testimony from Malcolm Connolly, another security member, who testified he saw Ms. Heard throw things at Mr. Depp, a cigarette lighter on a plane, a soda can from upstairs at the Eastern Columbia building. He never saw marks on Ms. Heard, but he saw marks on Mr. Depp, scratches, bruises on his left eye, scratches on his left ear. And he took pictures documenting injuries like this one. You also heard from Tara Roberts, a manager at Mr. Depp's Island, who witnessed Ms. Heard telling Mr. Depp that he was washed up and would die fat and lonely. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp, grabbing his hair, trying to pull him back to her, and Mr. Depp had a visible injury to his nose on that occasion. Most importantly, you heard from Ms. Heard yourselves on multiple audio recordings, admitting to being physically violent with Mr. Depp. You heard Ms. Heard admit to hitting Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking clapped me.
I remember hitting you as a response to the door thing. And I'm really sorry about hitting you with the door or hitting your head. I did not mean to, nor...
You didn't mean to hit me in the head with the door, but you meant to punch me in the jaw.
I meant to hit you, and I did not do this thing with the door. I do remember, I did mean to hit you.
So that you didn't mean?
The door? No, God, no, I didn't.
But punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry I hit you. I did mean to hit you, but it was in response. I just reacted in response to my foot. I just reacted.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby for complaining about the abuse.
And I watched you lie, and then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of times been around.
This alone proves it.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You're such a baby. Grow the fuck up, Johnny.
Physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to
Because-
get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
take a minute.
You notice that she's always the one following him, right? And he's always the one trying to escape.
I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. I was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched. Imagine that was Mr. Depp saying that to Miss Heard on that recording.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Let's play one more.
That fake laugh. That fake laugh is too much to take.
No, I'm sure she's.
That fake laugh is so disgusting.
I'm sure she's great. I'm sure she's great.
I'm thinking that you can give me some of
No.
the best performances in
No,
fucking
you're
tragedy.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
It's about performance. No, I'm right. I don't regret. I don't regret.
What else? What else?
I love your profile picture, by the way.
I don't regret.
What else? What else other things you want to add?
Can't talk
You
to you when you
fucking
sound
life. But
positive.
you what? Oh
Very
no, I
good
want
show.
to know. I want
Get out of your Uber drive.
I'm kind of waiting. Go get it.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Wait, is there no other place for you to run in your 1,500 houses to go run? Come on, go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that a man does.
This is where she just seems like she's got multiple personality disorder. When she starts the laugh and the giggle that she does. Oh,
This is the real Miss
Tam,
Heard,
I understand if you have to walk
the
away
one in the
when they
audio
do the
recordings,
audios.
not the one you saw in this courtroom. What you didn't hear on a single recording you heard in this case, and there were many played by both parties, is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, or kicking Miss Heard. You didn't hear it. It doesn't exist. It didn't happen. And despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like Australia and the Bahamas, you never heard Miss Heard accuse Mr. Depp of sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit to and own up to his past mistakes and his struggles, particularly with drugs and alcohol, Miss Heard will not admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Miss Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case about Mr. Depp's language, it is Miss Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April and May of 2016, Mr. Depp had reached his limit. His mother was dying. His finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Miss Heard's 30th birthday party because a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, had gone late, Miss Heard, of course, was not understanding. She was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp, both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Miss Heard punched him that evening. He left with Travis McGivern, and the next morning he learned that someone had left feces on his bed. Miss Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp that when his mother died on May 20th, 2016, he resolved to leave Miss Heard. He was done. And when Miss Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, that she was really losing him, she went on the attack. She filed for divorce before Mr. Depp could. Then, as you heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Miss Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. And when her demands weren't met, Miss Heard struck a blow against Mr. Depp that was more damaging than any physical blow she had ever landed. When she walked into court 6 years ago today, on May 27th, 2016, to get a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, she did so in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Miss Heard didn't just want a divorce. She wanted to ruin him. Miss Heard denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom, but you heard testimony from Morgan Tremaine that TMZ knew to go to the courthouse, knew what side of her face the alleged bruise was on, and that Miss Heard would pause. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Miss Heard testified that she did not personally give photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. But somehow, these pictures that she took and maintained on her devices ended up on the cover of People magazine 1 month later.
Yeah, show him. Show him.
In the end, she walked away with $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities, the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. The ACLU, they got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. But that didn't stop Ms. Heard from telling the world that she donated everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated everything. The word donated. And that didn't stop her from testifying under the penalty of perjury that she had donated it. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate mean the same thing. She claims she hasn't given the money because she was sued, but you've heard uncontested evidence that she had the money for 13 months prior to this lawsuit being commenced by Mr. Depp. She had all the money and had month after month after month to fulfill her pledge and actually donate the money, but she didn't. She also told you that she never fulfilled the pledge because Mr. Depp sued her for defamation. That's a blatant lie. After the divorce was finalized, when she sought to initiate an arbitration against Mr. Depp for defamation 3 months before the op-ed was even published, and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed this lawsuit. Not only does this contradict Ms. Heard's excuse for not making donations, it contradicts her narrative that she
I
just
got a
wants to
pig
move on
and a
with her
dog
life,
fighting to see
that
who's
she
going to
just
be
wants
underneath
Mr.
my
Depp
desk.
to leave her alone. Lies. That is Ms. Heard's narrative. Lies upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this, and then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization.
Heard in a lie, she tries to cover it up with more lies. So let's talk about the giant
Nice try,
lie
sweetheart.
part of this case. Ms. Heard's claim that Mr. Depp is an abusive monster and that she is a public figure representing domestic abuse. At the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some disturbing and graphic tales of abuse from Ms. Heard, and they were designed to shock you and overwhelm you, which you have.
I want her to point out that not once did she ever shed a tear, even though she attempted on the
As a
stand.
heroic survivor of brutal abuse. When Mr. Depp brought this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, brutal abuse. She came into this courtroom prepared to give the performance of her life, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified that Ms. Heard has difficulty
There it is.
when she is
There it is.
You saw it. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while spinning elaborate, exaggerated, fantastical accounts of abuse and everything going on in her mind almost a decade prior while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told you that what she thinks about, she told you what she thinks you need to hear to convict this man as a domestic abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times over the entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mountains of evidence of abuse, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals at her disposal: Dr. Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. Pictures of cocaine. Pictures of property damage. Pictures of herself. And as an actress, she was photographed all the time. Where are the pictures of the horrific injuries Ms. Heard describes? Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the videos of Mr. Depp attacking her? Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, and what you've seen multiple times, is a video of Mr. Depp banging some cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from Morgan Tremaine, the former TMZ employee, Ms. Heard seems to have sold to TMZ right before she was deposed in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never for violence. Ms. Heard's counsel showed you Defendant's Exhibit 325, where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior. I'm a fucking savage. But this is not an apology for violence. It's an apology for the, quote, these heinous, slinging insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for the words he used. Unlike Ms. Heard, who you heard apologizing for physical violence in multiple audio recordings, you have never heard that from Mr. Depp, because he never used physical violence against Ms. Heard. Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. But she has repeatedly testified under oath.
Now I'm dealing with a loud chicken, angry chicken.
A year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, she has suddenly erased an entire year of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. The good times she has testified to about repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good times erased, Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she gave Mr. Depp a big knife that said, hasta la muerte, until death, to the man who supposedly would get drunk and high and beat her.
In the middle of the times that she was being beaten.
Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when he'd slap her, hit her, punch her in the face. But you have not seen a single photograph that reflects the serious injuries Ms. Heard would have sustained if this was true. Not one.
I still wish they would have had him punch a pig.
2013, when Mr. Depp supposedly hit her multiple times in the face while wearing rings. And this is what her face looked like afterwards.
Not to mention the fact she never had brunette hair when she was with Johnny. She's always had blonde. So that photo was definitely taken before they got together.
Mr. Depp whacked her in the face.
Nobody's pointed that out.
She didn't take pictures of her bloody nose, but her photograph was taken on that trip, and this is what she looked like. Ms. Heard told you that there was an incident the night of the Met Gala in May 2014 when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face, leaving her with a red, discolored, and swollen nose that she felt was broken. Ms. Heard didn't show you any photographs of these alleged injuries, but photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were no visible injuries to Ms. Heard's face.
That's not the pig you hear. That's my chicken just being angry, walking around. She's getting upset by this. She's getting upset by all this.
Ms. Heard testified that in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that bruises would be visible in her backless dress.
You can't see him because she had Amica cream on her back.
Ms. Heard testified that after an incident in December 2015, she had two black eyes, a broken nose, and chunks of hair missing. The assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left all over the pillows, and Mr. Depp had broken the bed frame. Pictures were taken of that bed frame. And in that picture, there appears to be a pocket knife on the bed. And that picture fails to capture the bloody pillows. And here is what Ms. Heard looked like on the James Corden show the next day. Indeed, you heard from Ms. Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize the injuries Ms. Heard described. Ms. Heard did take pictures of herself after this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs consistent? That's the question. Are they consistent with the brutal assault and serious injuries Ms. Heard has testified to? Or are these injuries more consistent with Mr. Depp's testimony that he and Ms. Heard bumped heads while he was trying to restrain Ms. Heard to keep her from attacking him? Out of Australia, where Mr. Depp sustained the most serious injury from his relationship with Ms. Heard spun a story of horror. A 3-day ordeal with a drug-fueled Mr. Depp violently assaulting her, cutting his own finger off, dragging her through glass, and then bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. She claimed that she had bruises on her face, cuts all over her arms and feet, and was bleeding from her vagina from the sexual assault. And what did Ms. Heard say she did? She went upstairs, took some sleeping pills, and went to sleep. The next morning, she took pictures of the mirrors her husband had written on in paint using his amputated finger. She took no pictures of herself, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she testified to in this courtroom. When Malcolm Connolly, Jerry Judge, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie Lloyd arrived to extract Mr. Depp and get him medical treatment for his finger injury, you heard from Mr. Connolly, Dr. Kipper, and Ms. Lloyd. All of them testified they did not observe any injuries to Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. Heard, testified that she sought medical treatment. You also heard from Ben King. He also saw Ms. Heard right after this alleged incident. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He testified that Ms. Heard didn't want to leave, that she said, I can't leave. It will be the end.
I've got to get Angel one of the bras that Camille's wearing. I got to ask Camille what bra she's wearing. She looks phenomenal.
Ms. Heard asked him if he ever got so mad, he just lost it. When Ms. Heard arrived in Los Angeles, she saw Travis McGivern, who also testified he observed no injuries. and her personal nurse, Erin Filati, who documented no request for medical treatment and no injuries in her nursing notes for Ms. Heard. You heard from Mr. Depp's sister, Christy, that she also saw Ms. Heard when she arrived back to Los Angeles and observed no injuries on Ms. Heard. Christy testified that when she told Ms. Heard her fighting with Mr. Depp was unsustainable, Ms. Heard responded that Christy should get off her cross, that Mr. Depp liked her feisty. Ms. Heard's testimony about what occurred in Australia just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house in Australia, but it wasn't Mr. Depp. It was Ms. Heard.
Tell him, Queen. Tell him.
Other than Ms. Heard's testimony, all the evidence you've seen in this trial shows that it was Ms. Heard who attacked and grievously wounded Mr. Depp when she threw a vodka bottle at him, severing his finger. Mr. Depp told Dr. Kipper that when Dr. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. You've seen the pictures of the bar area in Australia with the broken vodka bottles on the ground and trails of blood drops on the floor and a bloody tissue on the floor. You've heard from Ben King that the tip of Mr. Depp's finger was found in the same bar area. And you heard from Dr. Gilbert that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger could have been caused exactly as he described. And interestingly, you heard from Christina Sexton that Ms. Heard told her that Mr. Depp injured his finger while swinging a bottle around. Not smashing a phone, as Ms. Heard surmised in this courtroom, but swinging a bottle around. You also heard from Ms. Sexton that Ms. Heard first told her about the bottle rape in Australia while Ms. Sexton was at Ms. Heard's home, meeting with her lawyers the day before Ms. Sexton was scheduled to be deposed in this case. The evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that Ms. Heard disclosed a sexual assault at a convenient time for purposes of litigation she's involved in. The first time Ms. Heard claimed that Mr. Depp sexually assaulted her in the Bahamas in December 2015 was after Tara Roberts, the manager of Mr. Depp's island, submitted a sworn statement in the UK action describing the incident she testified to in this courtroom, where Ms. Heard chased Mr. Depp out of the house, was yelling and then pleading with Mr. Depp to stay while clawing at his hair and clothes, and left Mr. Depp with an injury to his face. That's the first time she disclosed it, after there was contrary evidence. Ms. Heard testified about another incident just 2 weeks after the events in Australia, where Mr. Depp supposedly attacked Ms. Heard and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. Whitney is the only witness that you heard from that backs up Ms. Heard's version of events.
And the testimonies don't match.
And the only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to have seen Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard. But just like Ms. Heard's version of the events in Australia, her testimony about the staircase incident and that of her sister Whitney's just doesn't square up with the other evidence in this trial. Their testimony is contradicted by the testimony of Travis McGivern and Debbie Lloyd, who were there that night. Ms. Heard and Whitney testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can that hit or almost hit Ms. Lloyd. Ms. Lloyd testified that never happened. Mr. McGivern testified that it was Ms. Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Whitney was between her and Mr. Depp when she punched him. Mr. McGivern testified that he was the one between Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp when Ms. Heard punched Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp was able to get his hands in her hair, yank her, and then hit her in the face with the cast he had on. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Colbert, Mr. Depp's medical doctor, who treated Mr. Depp's finger injury, that Mr. Depp's finger was in a delicate state. He had a pin in his finger, a skin graft, and a soft cast that immobilized Mr. Depp's two middle fingers. And tellingly, the only picture of an injury from this incident is of Mr. Depp with a shiner. And then we have May 21st, 2016. Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her face, causing a visible injury. Ms. Heard has shown you pictures she claims to show this injury, but these photographs are not to be trusted. You heard from Mr. Neumeister that like many of the photographs Ms. Heard has presented in this case, these photos were stored in a photo editing application. And these photos show signs of manipulation. These two photographs were taken at the exact same time and have the exact same file.
Yep, but they were submitted separately in evidence.
One
And
shows
I even showed you guys that they're identical.
Ms. Heard's face than the other, which doesn't show any injury at all. Ms. Heard testified the difference is explained by turning on a light. But there is no way Ms. Heard could have taken a picture, turned on a light, and then taken another picture with every hair in the exact same place within the same second. It's impossible. Moreover, you heard from multiple witnesses, including Officer Melissa Sines, Officer Tyler Haddon.
Oh, hey, here's that metadata you were asking for yesterday, Amber.
Alejandro Romero, who saw Ms. Heard on or after May 21st and saw no injuries to her face before she showed up to that courthouse with a mark on May 27th. And the very next day, after Ms. Heard walked into court with what appeared to be a bruise on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard was photographed laughing with her best friend, fresh-faced, with no bruise on her face.
Just 24 hours later, bruise mysteriously gone. Must be that ice that vanishes, swelling, that did it.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of
This woman has not worn glasses this entire trial, 24 days, and all of a sudden today, I need glasses.
You can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it is not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm. And to talk more about that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend, Mr. Chu.
I'm gonna have fried chicken if she keeps this up for lunch. I'm having fried chicken for lunch. I swear to God. This is not, you're ruining it. You're ruining all this for me. Don't poop on my desk. Don't start with that. No, they're not cheering you on. Quit encouraging
Thank you,
her.
Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. And thanks to all of you, truly, for taking so much time over these last several weeks to listen to Mr. Depp, to his friends, to his family, and to so many others who have come forward physically in this courtroom, some from a very long distance, to tell you the truth, and to finally, after so many years, to correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, you have now come to know the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that you were going to come to know the real Johnny Depp, not the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies, but the man himself. We kept that promise. You've met the real Johnny Depp. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very beginning. You have heard big sister who's here in the courtroom today, Christy Dombrowski, who told you how Mr. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household with a mother, Betty Sue, who was physically abusive and mentally cruel. As Ms. Dombrowski testified, one of the names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp, that's where I passed on. His mother used to hit him with Depp hide. Sometimes he never got, and like his father, he pursued up where he would cheat him. Those are habits to when he found himself with another person who was abused. And despite his long, unhappy history with his mother, Johnny never turned his back on her. In her elder years, Mr. Depp moved his mother to California, and he moved her to Los Angeles right across the street from his house so his two children could get to know her. He hired nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable. She never went to hospice. She had the nurses make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. Now, he came to Los Angeles with his first love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since.
It's choppy, but it's not me, you guys. It's Law and Crime, I think.
When he was escaping, and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as
my internet is maxed out right now. I've got full ping.
His star began its rise as he appeared in films too many to mention, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. Fame came with challenges to Mr. Depp and his family. It was a strange experience for a shy young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best to live a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist and as a decent, very well-liked man, which you've heard from many people. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and Vanessa Paradis, with whom he spent 14 years together and with whom they had their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard in years, and no other woman since Ms. Heard made that false claim back on May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed. Has any woman come forward since? This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago testify. This is a woman who has never testified in any proceeding, ever. A very private person. Testified that Mr. Depp never abused her and that Ms. Heard lied to you. And she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That Ms. Sure.
What are you doing? Why are you on my desk?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested to you that Mr. Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp never did that, and he never hit her, and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what you testified to.
Exactly
we just
what you
discussed
testified.
that. Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're still out.
Tell him, Ben. Tell him.
Ms. Heard and
That's
her lawyers
exactly
have
what she
spent
testified.
much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he has never claimed to be one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all about them. But he is not a violent abuser. He's not an abuser, as Ms. Heard claims. And he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed.
Yes, you can object if it doesn't fit the jury instructions that were discussed the day before. They can only talk about the stuff that they had previously said that was
and being a physical
able to be discussed during closing remarks.
Ms. Heard falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after the fact, for the first time, she accused him of raping her. The lies have grown and metastasized over time, and they need to be stopped. And those false accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And make no mistake, Ms. Heard has admitted, unlike Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard has admitted on the audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them, she has admitted repeatedly to physically abusing Mr. Depp. And I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people in Mr. Depp's life about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister, Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family and on her little brother personally. You heard from Mr. Depp's friend of 4 decades, and that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. He has lifetime friends who appear for him. Mr. Baruch told you how Mr. Depp and his family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything because of Ms. Heard's lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear these allegations since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, this time in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements against him. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard mock on one of the tapes that was played to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people, and those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood, and to tarnish him as an abuser is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because of what she said, Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe that he beat a woman, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted on his reputation and career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Mr. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected and liked throughout Hollywood and recognized and admired throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But as Mr. Wiggum explained, all of that changed when Ms. Heard published her op-ed in December of 2018 in the Washington Post. Quoting from the testimony you heard by Mr. Wiggum, quote, after the op-ed, it was impossible to get him a studio film, which is what we normally would have focused on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean, from the victim. It's extremely impactful. You know, with respect to Johnny, it was catastrophic because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened to me, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allegations on Mr. Depp was devastating. Quote, it's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And for many, and Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so, Me Too is an important movement, a movement that Mr. Depp supports and believes in. It's for true survivors of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. But as you heard in this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody has come out of the woodwork to say Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact,
tell him.
Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off.
Well, she only came out to get her 15 minutes of fame, right?
No, he never pushed her down any stairs. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegations had on Mr. Depp's popularity. Ms. Heard's lawyers tried to tell you that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior, because he was sometimes unprofessional or sometimes late to set. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marx testified, quote, when you hire Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on some of Mr. Depp's films.
And friends that are no longer friends with her.
And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Mr. Depp wasn't canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence and sexual violence on the pages of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. And as you saw at trial, Ms. Heard published the op-ed on December 18, 2018, 2 years.
God, these guys are just destroying it right now.
Allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed coincided with the release of her major movie Aquaman that December. And it coincided as well with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an ACLU ambassador for women's rights. And in that op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that the op-ed was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative, an attorney, stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. Specifically, the ACLU representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was referring to Johnny Depp and the marriage, unquote.
And she said it yesterday during her testimony.
Not about Mr. Depp.
That's why I wrote the op-ed about him.
One of her many, many lies. In fact, what you have seen time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just can't seem to stop. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything, and she has an excuse for everything. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own words. As my colleague said, words matter, and Ms. Heard is condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being an abuser on May 27th. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. And below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real
Wouldn't it be nice if they could replay back testimony from yesterday? Like, just here's where she says it.
Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their message and their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, "Imagine a powerful man as a ship, Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise.
And didn't she mention that Johnny was a powerful man yesterday?
We're desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in. Or
Gotta
even
stop
care about
using
it,
the same
because their own
terminology, girl.
fates depend upon the enterprise." Unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows exactly what Ms. Heard intended those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Ms. Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, "2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse," unquote. That was a clear reference to the day 2 years earlier, on May 27th, 2016. And as Ms. Vasquez said, that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27th, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ, with an alleged mark on her face to accuse Mr. Depp of abuse. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator of domestic abuse. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, "spoke up against sexual violence," unquote. Now, Ms. Heard has done a lot to try to walk away from the title in particular. That's true form.
Camille was up before
She's
Ben.
testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you heard this morning, make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed for her to defame Mr. Depp through implication in the Washington Post. And let's please, Tom, turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3.
Oh, God. There it is.
Ms. Heard, as you all can see on the screen, retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared,
And she kept
quote,
saying she retweeted.
"I published this op-ed."
She keeps using that word. I do not believe it means what she thinks it means.
Unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," unquote, prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow the title. To the contrary, she's proclaiming it. And at the same time, Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as an ACLU ambassador on women's rights."
She did all of this for publicity because it was 3 days before the launch of Aquaman.
So make no mistake, this was about Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming out, Ms. Heard was trading on her accusations of abuse against Mr. Depp. She was reminding everyone of those allegations. She was once again taking on the role of her lifetime, the heroic survivor of vicious abuse, or to use her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again casting Mr. Depp as the villain in her drama, the supposed perpetrator of that abuse. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. Those questions appear on a form that you will use to reach your verdict in this case. So I'd just like to ask you pleased to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it?
Uh-oh, here we go.
Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim for defamation against Ms. Heard. There are 3 pages relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the 3 defamatory statements in the op-ed that form the basis of Mr. Depp's claim against Ms. Heard. You've heard those 3 statements many times, but they bear repeating. I promise just once more here. 1, quote, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. 2, then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing.
They're going to say that, and none of these statements that he's reading off right now, does it ever mention Johnny or even allude to Johnny?
3, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to please answer with respect to each of those statements. So that's 21 questions, I think, but 7 as to each statement. 1, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, did the statement have a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Mr. Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement with actual malice, which is, Your Honor, Her Honor explained, meaning did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false?
Probably the only lawyers that would take the case.
As to the truth. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day. The most important
to the day,
Mr. Depp, the ones truly at the heart of this case, are questions 2, 3, and 4 on the verdict form. And while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. Were the statements about Mr. Depp? Yes. 2 points here. 1, when the ACLU pitched the op-ed to the Washington Post, I think you'll remember this, they pitched it as, quote, a piece by Amber Heard, who, as you know, was beaten up during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they pitched it. 2, after the op-ed was published, news outlets, including USA Today, and you've seen that was an exhibit, characterized the op-ed as referring to Ms. Heard's allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp. So the USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got exactly the implication that Ms. Heard and the ACLU intended.
Yep. Yep.
Tom, if you would please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 and 411, if you could put them side by side.
Yep, there it is right there. Woo!
And this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about Ms. Heard's claims of abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain the domestic violence, the no notice ex parte, meaning Mr. Depp's lawyer was not informed and he was already in New York, which he testified Ms. Heard was well aware of. You don't need a domestic violence restraining order when your husband is halfway across the continent and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark on her face, everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. She was referring to Mr. Depp. Let's take questions 2 and 3 next, if we can. Were each of the statements false? And did the statements have a defamatory implication on Mr. Depp? Again, the clear answer is yes.
I love how he's breaking each one of these down.
Context of the op-ed itself, and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp in May 2016, clearly imply that Mr. Depp physically and sexually abused Ms. Heard. The overwhelming evidence that you all have heard and has come forward in this case shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Mr. Depp did not physically abuse Ms. Heard. He did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, this case is about telling you his story and the truth about what really happened, which you've now heard. It is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children, Lily Rose and Jack, that the truth is worth fighting for. It is. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and standing in the community to the fullest extent that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that for him. You heard from Mr. Depp yesterday that he has been carrying these outlandish, outrageous stories on his back pretty stoically and living with them for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring his truth out. And he has told you the truth, the unvarnished truth, even truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidence shows overwhelmingly that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrifying abuser are utterly false. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Okay, so holy mackerel. Well, Patsy certainly liked the attorney's take on this. I love how he broke it down on every single line of what the jurors are supposed to take in? Well, you are not helping this. Oh God, pigs eating all the mealworms. All right. So yes, exactly. She did everything. I think it's quite obvious to everybody that she did everything that she did in order to keep herself in the public eye, in order to promote her new movie, get everybody onto her side 3 days prior to the release of Aquaman, so that it would have a larger return, a larger opening weekend. There's a lot of Amber Heard support for that movie. You are making this very difficult. But overall, I have a very difficult time believing that Johnny is. He may not necessarily win the defamation case, but he's won the public opinion, which I really think is all he wanted to do. He wanted to let the public know his side of the story. He wanted the public to understand that she's not this angel that they previously believed that she was. This is really going to work out in his favor, whether he wins the defamation case or not. I feel that if Amber were to win, if Johnny were to lose and Amber were to, I don't think they're going to give her the countersuit either. I don't think that means just because Johnny loses doesn't mean that she's going to win. Even if they do grant her the countersuit, I don't foresee her making any real money out of it, if you want the honest truth. Johnny said in his closing statements, regardless of what happens during this trial, I can say that I was here and that I spoke the truth. Do I feel like Johnny told 100% of the truth? Absolutely not. As somebody that studies body language, and it was always my design to look at people that give telltale signs of lying. I can tell you Johnny got very uncomfortable when he was talking about MDMA. It's obvious that he took more. When he talks about drugs, he gets a little flustered. You can tell that he's kind of, not wanting to release as much information. Not to mention the fact, I'm sure he doesn't like having to tell everybody about his drug habits, but I also don't believe that he was being completely honest in that respect. But anytime he talked about the violence, you could see he was deeply troubled. It was obvious he was always telling the truth when it came to that. His stories never changed. So regardless of the drug use, that doesn't matter. Everybody knows actor, Hollywood. Yes, they all do drugs. The only person that severely lied about drugs, Amber. We're going to be honest with that. Amber definitely lied about her drugs. Amber would have had a better attorney with Patsy. Yeah. So it just really boils down to, did Johnny get across what he wanted to get across with this? In my opinion, the answer is no contest. He absolutely got exactly what he wanted. He got his story to finally be out there. He got to say his side of it. He got to show everybody what he's been dealing with. In all honesty, the monster that we all know that Amber Heard is. So really, regardless of the jurors' decision, this is a win for Johnny Depp. There's no doubt that this is a win for Johnny Depp. Any way you look at it, I'm very interested to see what kind of argument Depp's attorneys are going to bring. And to be honest with you, yes, we all feel like that Amber Heard's attorneys are completely incompetent. But at the same time, after doing a lot of research, they really have had a 100% uphill battle on this the entire time. Between not having very much solidifying evidence to Amber's claims, the witnesses that she has. I mean, look at the difference in witnesses alone, right? Everybody that Johnny Depp has, and people can make this claim that Johnny has more money to do this, blah, 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 blah. It has nothing to do with it. Amber Heard brings lunatic, like Dr. Spiegel. She brings lunatics. She brings men haters like Dr. Hughes and all these other people that really are supposed to be experts that sound more like they're just talking out of their ass than they are really kind of giving expert testimony. You can tell that certain things were doctored. It seems like they were coached to say certain things. It's just, It's the quality of people that she's bringing versus the quality of people that Depp is bringing. Is Depp bringing people that bring a little bit more professionalism to the table? Absolutely. But I really feel like Depp's attorneys had an uphill battle, and it just kept getting worse over the past 23 days for them, because every time a new person jumped on the stand, there was a different story that they had to somehow try to figure out. How do we piece this together? Whitney's story is completely different than Amber's story. How do we piece that together? How do we fix that? You can't. You just can't fix it. Every time Amber said something on the stand, her attorney's got to be going, Jesus, God damn it. This is not the story that you said in the UK, or this is not the story that you said in the paper, or this. She cannot keep her story straight. Details continuously change. So the problem that we're starting to run into is we have to ask ourselves, were Amber Heard's attorneys really that bad, or was it just that they had to deal with whatever they had and try to fight this continuous uphill battle that they know they're not going to be able to win? I'd like to think it's a mix of the two. Don't get me wrong. We all see Elaine get flustered. We all know Rottenborn he lives up to his name. That guy's a prick. But Elaine getting flustered is because she doesn't know how to fight this fight. She has no idea, because everything that she's prepared to say is getting torn apart as the witnesses are answering her questions, because they're not answering steadily. They're not answering consistently. They're not answering the way that they did in their depositions. The stories are changing. The details are changing. If I was the attorney and as I'm asking the questions based on deposition, based on statements that they've made, all these other things, and then I ask questions based on that information, and on the stand, they're changing their information, I'm going to get frustrated. I'm going to get flustered. I'm going to sound like an idiot too, because I'm really going to be the same person going, I'm trying. I understand that frustration coming from Elaine. Am I saying that she's probably a good lawyer? No, I'm not. Am I thinking that Rottenborn's a good lawyer? I think he might be right for the right type of person. I think he would have worked great in the movie Liar, Liar in Jim Carrey's position before he had to be all honest, because he's definitely a shisty son of a bitch. But at the same time, they're just straight up fighting the hardest uphill battle, pushing a 3-ton boulder as they go. Because every time they make a little bit of progress, somebody opens up their mouth, changes what they were saying, and now they're sliding back downhill, having to push that boulder back up to the top. And they're never going to reach the top because of that. Johnny Depp's team, on the other hand, has not only are they consummate professionals, like was stated earlier in the comments, that they're always saying please, they're always saying thank you, unless they're being cut off. I love the fact that Camille told Amber yesterday, Miss Heard, stop looking at the jury. Look at me. I'm the one that's talking to you. It's rude. I love that she finally pointed that out. But Johnny Depp's lawyers definitely had an easier time. And the reason being because every time Johnny opened up his mouth, his story has never changed. It's remained consistent from 6 years ago all the way through today. Every time he's told his story, it has not changed. There's not a single detail out of place. And why is that? Because as Amber Heard stated before, you never forget the times that you've been abused. These stay stuck in your head. That's what post-traumatic stress disorder is. It's a constant reliving of these things that you've had to go through, that you've had to live through. And he is reliving them every single time. So the details are crystal clear. That's why it's never changed. This chicken is killing me right now. But that's why it's never changed. It's because his story's not going to change, because the things that he sees in his head when he has to relive these to tell these stories have never changed. Amber Heard hasn't ever had to relive them. So what she has to do is she has to memorize a storybook, a fairy tale that was written a long time ago, And instead of having it in front of her for her to be able to read off word for word for her bedtime story, she has to try to memorize it and remember how the story was written the first time she ever read it out loud. She can't do that because she's got no memory recollection to pull from. As a survivor of sexual assault, myself as somebody that suffers through PTSD, I can tell you every single thing that triggers me. I can flash back and give you literally every detail. I can tell you the time of day. I can tell you the setting. I can tell you the environment. I can tell you what I was wearing. I can tell you what the other person was wearing. I can tell you where I was, what was being said. Every little detail is going to be able to come back to me, and it's going to remain consistent because anytime somebody asks me to relive this moment, it's going to flash in my head, and I don't have to reach back and try to remember because it's right there in the front of my head. And you need to go outside? All right, here, let's do it. And that is the reason why Amber Heard's attorneys are having such difficulty trying to remain on track in this case, because she doesn't have the ability to total recall that information. She has no ability to just recall the information from visual memory, which will flash back and hit her. That's why she can be all and objection. That's why she can turn on and off like that, because first of all, she's a fucking horrible actress. But secondly, I can tell you right now, if I'm getting emotional because I'm telling a story, just because somebody interrupts me, it's not going to change my emotions. It's not going to I'm not going to be able to just shut it off because I stopped remembering. It doesn't work that way. Somebody doesn't just talk and the memory just immediately disappears and I forget about it. So the reason why, if she does lose, the reason why she's going to lose is because she has stepped up on the stand. She performed, thankfully, she did a little bit better on her last set of testimony, but she did so poorly and she was so overly dramatic and so over the top on her first time up on the stand. The damage is done. People are able to see that she's lying. She once again made it seem like she was crying and reliving these horrible moments. The only time that I ever felt for a second that Amber Heard was showing true emotion when it came to any type of sadness is when they were reading that text off that was just this burn from 8 levels of hell deep, where Johnny was calling her a 50-cent crack whore and all these other things. You could see on her face, her entire face emotion was there. She was feeling that. She felt like the whole world is hearing this, seeing this, and she's like, Jesus Christ, this is how somebody actually feels about me. And that was affecting her. That was the most realistic part. And why? Because she wasn't trying to force it. She wasn't acting it. She couldn't hold that facial emotion back. That was it. That's it. Every psychologist said she didn't have PTSD except one, correct? And that was Dr. Hughes, who, as we all know, doctored the evidence. Hughes even said, oh, well, we filled this out together, which is illegal. She's not allowed to touch that piece of paperwork unless she's going to write notes down the side. She admitted that Amber did not fill that out herself. She didn't fill out certain boxes in it saying, oh, well, I attached my notes. Legally, she has to write down, please see attached notes, pages this to this. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous the amount of obvious fakery and fuckery that's going on Amber Heard's side. All these people that came to testify that are no longer her friends, that suddenly a couple of months before their depositions, they were contacted by Amber Heard to catch up. You mean be coached? You're only as good as the information you have, and her story is more twists and turns than a Stephen King novel. Exactly. I'm talking now about how Johnny reacted. Or are you talking about every time that a story would come up, you'd see Johnny's face? Yeah, absolutely. But there's just one time where Amber Heard had a true reaction, and that is when they were talking about, when they read off that text from Johnny, or that statement from Johnny saying, I'm done with it, fuck this chick, all of that. The thing is You got all this fake testimony coming from these people. Here's the other thing I'm going to point out. For all the people that have come to the meetups, the family reunion that I host here every year, I could take an event that happened at the reunion and I could take 7 people and I could ask them all to describe to me exactly what they saw when it happened. They're all going to be able to describe the similar scene. What they're not going to do is they're not all going to use the same vernacular. They're not all going to use the same words. They're not all going to use the same verbiage. Every single one of Amber's witnesses used the same vernacular, right? Like Amber says, one person says, he just tagged him. I just tagged him. Okay, you know what? Then Whitney comes up on the stand and she says, he just tagged her. Just kept tagging her, really tagged her. Those 2 people are not going to use the same vernacular to describe the same thing if it's coming from 2 different perspectives. It's just they're not that similar of people that they're going to use the same words. Every time somebody describes a situation, we all have our own vocabulary. And the hit, how many people use the word tagged him? I guarantee it's not going to happen. There's so many holes to her story. It's so obvious that people were coached on exactly what they need to say. And anytime that there was a cross-examination, it just all fell apart. Because yes, they're coached and prepared by their own lawyers or by Amber's lawyers, but they can't be coached and prepared for a cross-examination. They can try. They can be like, well, now they're probably going to ask you this and this, but they're not prepared for somebody like Camille. They're not going to be prepared for somebody like Ben. They're not going to be prepared for anybody on Johnny Depp's side, which is doing extensive research, writing down everything. They're waiting. They're waiting for these mistakes to be said. They're scribbling them down, and they're like, there it is. There it is. Just like when Amber Heard mentioned, I just remember Kate Moss. Ben Chu turned around and he's like, fuck, we got her. We got her. And Camille was like, yep, yeah, we do. And they did. She's like, you didn't expect Kate Moss to be out here. Well, of course she's going to come out of the woodwork. Yes, because nobody knows who the fuck Kate Moss is, and she needs 15 minutes of fame, right? Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. It's just, listen, I can't stand Amber Heard, but at the same time, I also do recognize when somebody truly needs to seek medical help and a mental professional. And I certainly hope that this is a wake up for her to go and get that help, because it is obvious Amber Heard needs thorough counseling. I truly believe she's bipolar. She's got all sorts of different issues going on. I don't believe she's a survivor of PTSD outside of maybe her own upbringing. But when you break it down, I certainly pray that this woman gets what she needs as far as the help to fix whatever is going on in her head. We got about 15 seconds left. Court will be back. And then we get to hear from the other side. When we first come back, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. My tummy's doing a little bit of rumbling. So I'm going to pull myself out to go to the bathroom so you don't just sit here and stare at an empty chair. And I'll pop myself back in. Don't worry, guys. I'm keeping it up. I appreciate everybody being here this morning. If you're watching on YouTube and you have not yet hit the like, please go ahead and smash that like button, share to some of your friends. If you want me to continue to do this kind of stuff, the timer just restarted. What? Do you not understand? I need to poop. I got to poop. Come back already. So, I hope you guys are enjoying it. During the majority of this cross-examination, if you guys haven't noticed, not just because of echo, because I've got to get better equipment, but because I want to make sure that you guys can hear everything that's being said so that you can make your own judgments based on the closing statements and things like that. I'm not going to be as verbal today as I normally am, like I have been throughout the trial, because I think closing statements or closing arguments really need to be heard by everybody. So exactly. Narcissists don't see themselves as the problem. That's why Amber blames everybody else. And it's a fact. throughout the entire case, Amber has yet to take responsibility for anything that she's done. It's always been somebody else. It's always been, well, I don't even know how to do that. Do you guys remember she was like, she goes, I don't know. I wouldn't know how to contact TMZ. I wouldn't know how to do this. But then how many times has she been caught saying specifically, well, if I wanted to make a big deal out of this, I could have easily done a better job or done this. And Camille pointed it out. I was so happy that Camille finally pointed it out yesterday. She goes, but didn't you say that you don't know how to do that? And then she mocked and imitated, knowing how Amber was going to respond. They both responded at the exact same time. I don't. So how are you going to say, well, I could have done this if I wanted to, but you don't know how to do it? It's just, she's constantly going against herself. And I just guarantee Amber Heard's lawyers are just sitting back like this. Just, I know I'm upsetting my chicken right now. She's getting really, okay, come here. Come here. All right, come here. So she wants to be shown today, you guys. Listen, okay, stop. Your wings can't even lift you off the ground. This is the noisemaker today. This is Patsy. Okay. She's going a little above and beyond. She's being a little extra. And the reason why is because it's raining. So she can't go outside. But this is all the noise that you guys are constantly hearing. This is my house chicken Patsy. Yeah. Oh, you don't feel like making noise now? No? Okay. All right. Here, go. Make noise. Oh, I guarantee. Whitney may not have been coached by the team, but she was definitely coached by her own sister. Again, and the reason why I say that is that you have to be able to pay attention. You got to be able to listen to detail. When she starts talking about Johnny hitting Amber, and they both, her and Amber, use the same verbiage, tagged her, just started tagging him. That is obvious coaching. That is obvious. Hey, this is what you need to say because you're going to be on the same thing. Here's the problem. She should have coached her on, hey, this is where you were. This is where I was. This is where Johnny was. You got it? Don't change that story because according to Amber Heard, Johnny was already at the top of the steps and Whitney came up in between them. According to Whitney, Whitney was at the top of the steps and Johnny came up in between the two of them. And somehow Johnny was facing Amber, but almost pushed Whitney down the stairs. Can somebody explain that? Not to mention the fact Whitney says she almost got pushed down the stairs, but Johnny came up from behind her. So what did he do? Walk up behind her. She said that he hit her on the back. So what happened? Did he walk up behind her, hit her on the back, grab her, and try to throw her down? No, because she was saying the whole time she was at the top of the steps. There is something going on. And if the jury doesn't see through this, I don't know. I have no hope for humanity. You've got to be brain dead not to see the types of things that have been coming out on this. Why are we not back from break yet? Do they not understand I have a code brown waiting to happen right now? My God. At least I know. See, here I was thinking maybe long crime. I thought maybe the feed was frozen, but no, you can see right there. The clock is ticking down. I don't know what's going on. Maybe they're on sidebar and long crime is just behind it. Patsy's trying to run away. Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. Not tagged her, landed one, which is even worse than saying tagged her. It was landed one. Amber said landed one. He just landed one. Whitney said he landed one and he keeps landing them. That's not standard vernacular. That's not standard verbiage for saying somebody got hit. That's not used a lot of times. So when you have similar words like that, the other thing, saying that the guy from the only other thing that I'm confused by is TMZ, right? The TMZ Draco, which is the only name I can give him because as soon as I saw him, he reminded me of Draco Malfoy. Although I like him a lot more than Draco Malfoy. Let's not get that confused. I'm not saying that because I don't like him. They said that he was on subpoena. Now, mind you, he was put on subpoena after he contacted them, right? So he was put on subpoena after he contacted them. Ben Chu objected, saying nobody has subpoenaed him. He is not here on subpoena. But it was proven that he was. He even said, yes, I'm here on subpoena. Why did nobody ask who gave the subpoena? Who sent the subpoena? Because if Ben Chu didn't know, that's his legal team. So if he didn't know, who sent the subpoena? Who asked him to show up? That's the only thing I'm confused about that was never covered, and it's going to keep me awake, trying to say, well, wait a minute. He testified that he's here under subpoena, even though he said that he volunteered before he received the subpoena. Who sent the subpoena, and why was that never covered? I'm somebody figure it out. Somebody tell me. This judge, look at her. Look at her. She's so ready. She's so ready. She's like, God, I can't wait to go home. This Memorial Day weekend, she's going to get so drunk. She's going to margaritas for days. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah, we're waiting for the jury to come back in. So just to remind everybody as well, here, I'm going to, just to remind everybody before they, I'm going to unmute them here in just a second. Just to let everybody know, there's 9 jurors. Only 7 will be selected to make a verdict. Oh, great. Rotten board. Here we go.
Good morning, everyone.
Everybody, I will be right back. And
Mr. Ratmore, is your mic on? I just
have fun with
this.
this.
There we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden of proof in proving that he was never abusive to Amber on even one occasion, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber, and by extension to every victim of domestic abuse everywhere. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't tell your friends, you're lying. And if you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, you weren't injured. If you did seek medical treatment, you're crazy. If you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you love, rid himself of the crushing drug and alcohol abuse that spins him into an abusive, rage-filled monster, you're a nag. And if you finally decide that enough is enough, you've had enough of the fear, enough of the pain, and you have to leave to save yourself, you're a gold digger. That is the message that Mr. Depp is asking you to send. But he doesn't stop there, because in Mr. Depp's world, you don't leave Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you, a smear campaign that lasts to this very day. He will do everything he can to destroy your life, to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to get you, the jury, to be an accomplice to. But it's not surprising, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. It's always someone else's fault. Just as Ms. Vasquez did, and Mr. Chu did, I would like to extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every witness, every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made in terms of time away from your friends, your family, your job, to be here on this jury. It's a very important role that you're serving, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we started 6 weeks ago in opening statement. You may remember that I asked you to keep a simple question in mind, which is, why are you here? And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial, you don't need to make a decision on in order to return a verdict for Ms. Heard on Mr. Depp's claim of defamation. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard's claim of defamation against Mr. Depp, and Elaine will address most of that in a few minutes. But your key question to answer is, does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? That's the question. And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot. You have to decide, should someone be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without being sued successfully, without having to go through the hell that Ms. Heard has gone through? So let's talk about that.
Paula, I can explain that on the next break.
More about the law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece. I'm not going to read it to you again. You heard me read it to you in opening statements. And I would urge you, when you're in the deliberation room, read it. Read it again. And I know we focus on it, here and there over the course of the trial. But
yes, they've already done Johnny's side.
On these words, on this piece. This is obviously the paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Now we get a chance to discuss with you exactly what you have to find about this article.
Oh God, he seems like a school teacher, like a high school teacher that's trying to use a pointer for the first time, and it's not working.
And so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, and I know it was a lot, but we've been looking forward to being able to explain to you what you're here to decide. Because I imagine for some of the case, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? These are the things that you have to find, and you have to answer yes. As Mr. Chu said, you have to answer yes to all of them in order to find in favor of Mr. Depp. So you have to find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll get to the arguments that Mr. Depp raises on that in a minute. You also have to find that the statement is false. And we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has to prove every single element. And there's a concept in the jury instructions that you really didn't hear from Mr. Depp's side this morning, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove each and every one of these elements. If he cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of these elements under the burden of proof that's applicable, Ms. Heard wins. And there's two different burdens of proof that we'll get to. For all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? The 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide if Mr. Depp committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to, because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact, as you weigh the evidence and the fact that they're true. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to the jury room to deliberate, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was to promote legislative measures designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that, Ms. Heard talked about her own life experiences as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps trying to say that we're somehow suggesting that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out after she obtained a temporary restraining order against Mr. Depp after she became a public figure representing domestic abuse. But the words that she wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experiences post May 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, but we're going to take that separately because she didn't write it. Under the First Amendment, the statements have to be false.
Did he just say she didn't write it?
Now, plaintiff addresses, like I said, an argument that we're not making. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. She admitted to that, but that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of that is in the article. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, Mr. Depp says that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, Johnny Depp abused me.
No, he's saying they're defamatory because they're not true, rotten board. What the fuck?
He has to show you that any defamatory implication was designed and intended. Look at number 4, designed and intended by Ms. Heard to convey the defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't mean that she designed and intended.
Oh, that's weak. That's weak.
In writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could ever make about their own life that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the words to be the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. The ACLU wrote the first draft, and great care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp.
He is burying himself by making it seem like she didn't write it and it wasn't her idea when she's admitted it multiple times on the stand already.
That was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp and fit those into what other women experience, what other people experience, having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant, and that's what the article is about. There's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. And you can end here. You can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false, and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about that.
This is not a hit piece, but all the examples that he gave with headlines, all of those were.
The article on December 18th, 2018 said, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. A few points here. Number one, and this evidence is undisputed. There's no dispute about this. So as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, you can weigh facts, but you can't see evidence where no evidence exists. And the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice of the headline. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw her on the stand testify with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who have suffered that, they don't want to broadcast that to the world. They want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's just victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she was of college age before Mr. Depp. So there is a reference to sexual violence in that article, but it's not by Mr. Depp.
Right, but then she testified during court that she suffered sexual assault. Why bring it up then?
And they want you to think that she republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The hyperlink says, opinion Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attach, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, what choice does she have? She has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on does not mean that you broadcast the statement again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only
Yes,
way,
it does.
and the jury instructions that you
She
have,
tweeted it intentionally because she wanted to get her story out there so the story would blow up.
Instruction says that merely linking to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to reach a new audience. And if you find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience, it constitutes a republication. There was no content added to the article. She tweeted above the article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago I become a public figure representing domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case is about blaming Amber Heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running headlong into the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. But here we are. Here we are. And you can decide this case without ever wading into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. You can decide that by determining that those statements are true and they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. Heard. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very clear. If Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical abuse. We're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse.
Did he just say financial abuse? Did we forget that Amber and all of her friends lived there in the penthouses for free?
He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they referenced, his mother called him one eye because he had a lazy eye. And he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, some of which you're going to see, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, agreed with all that abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical violence, psychological aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp toward Ms. Heard. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. The effect of coercive control.
She evaluated for literally half the amount of time that she's required to.
Excessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their life and their career, by intimidation.
You're gonna hold Johnny Depp's popularity against him because he's the better actor.
She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing and hitting things in the household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid off a flame in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you, to fool you, to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never a single time in their relationship was he in any way, physically or non-physically, abusive to Ms. Heard. And that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence from Mr. Depp's own mouth. His own words are the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well.
My
it's
defense.
Not about who's the better spouse.
It's broken.
It's not about whether you think Ms. Heard may have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to trick you into thinking that Amber has to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall.
What we're saying is we know Amber fucked up multiple times, but all it takes is Johnny to slip up once, and my client, thank God, can win this.
Ladies and gentlemen, one time. If he abused her one time, Amber wins. Actually, if he fails to prove that he never abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is
great, but you know what? Amber Heard never saw those texts. Those were never sent to Amber. So what are you going to do? Claim that he abused her
before we burn her?
If those are never shown to Amber, there's no abuse there.
Make sure she is dead. Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's.
He never said it to her. Nice try.
Bookended. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, I don't write like that.
This is really upsetting.
This is the bookend of the relationship. This is after it was over. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read. And he immediately said, I didn't write that text, even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text under it that said, hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic. That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a window into the heart and mind of America's favorite pirate.
Doesn't matter. He never said it to her.
This is the real Johnny Depp.
What is your claim here?
This is the real Johnny Depp after Ms. Heard decided that she couldn't take it.
Great. The real Johnny Depp defending himself, saying that he's tired of it, saying that he's over it, saying that he doesn't want to live through this anymore, and that he cannot wait to get this off of his back.
Humiliation, and she's going to get it.
Again, I'd like to point out this was never said to her. She never saw this until she was in court.
And takes the gift of breath from her. It's one of the only promises to Ms. Heard that Mr. Depp has ever kept. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, Ms. Heard did testify on the stand that Mr. Depp abused her countless times. First, it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, when there was abuse occurring, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then the monster would return.
No, we're coming back with that monster terminology again.
Incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Ms. Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say Winona forever and had been changed to say Wino forever. And she laughed. And she said, and he slapped me across the face. She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times. And then he said,
objection, hearsay, there's no proof. Foundation.
That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't
They were
just have to
incoming
take
because they were showing that
what
Depp
Mr.
sent
Depp
them to the
said
person's
in
phone
his
that they were
text. We
using.
can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard.
Because you're a fucking cunt! At that point in time, he had been pushed to a point where he had to fire back, guys. Like, let's be honest.
We talked about the monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up. That was what she used to refer to him when she was nagging him, because she didn't want him to have a good time. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 after he slapped her 3 times across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his text.
Depp is just sitting there, just burning a hole in
First
him.
text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. Remember, he texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, "Thank you, my darling Kipper." He says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine. He admitted to that means him using cocaine, "has made me a monster and that I am ruining the relationship." Imagine that. Someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "Need to discuss the news helicopters. The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp.
There's no need to object to something where all he's doing is showing things that have never been said to her.
Stand and try to deny that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
True, they can object during closing arguments unless objections for closing arguments are reserved to things that are being discussed that are not allowed for jury, which is what they went over all yesterday afternoon.
What happened? What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice.
Oh, look at her playing it up. Playing it
We're
up.
not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
Don't forget the reason why Johnny was upset that he found out that she was recording, which she keeps trying to hide it a little bit, is because they had an agreement that they would record and let each other know that they were recording.
Got this going? Oh, really? Really?
Let's see if we can see the smirk.
See that shit on me?
No, I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Bye.
There's that smirk.
You see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp,
Yes, I did.
was laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played, but it's not a laughing matter. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine
I'll be
being
right
in
back,
their
everybody.
shoes
Gotta
on
run and check my mail.
2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything more. But when he mixes the drugs and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that monster will come out, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. That's abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days that you've heard evidence about. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence of, and she was on a plane. The only evidence suggests she was on an international flight when Mr. Tremaine testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Ms. Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ. She never leaked anything to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public? Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that for his defamation claim, every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse, Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he said he hadn't taken illegal substances, whether prescribed by a physician or not. That obviously wasn't true in the past 12 months. They keep talking about Mr. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, his daughter, hates me because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger in 2013, when Ms. Heard testified that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. I don't think he was sleeping on the floor because he had a bad back. They keep referring to these pictures as she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help and seek help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp.
You can tell me nobody there smokes pot? Bullshit. You're in Virginia.
And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Ms. Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances.
Y'all notice that he's got spilled ice cream everywhere, but yet his cup is sitting straight up and down?
In March 2013,
okay, cool.
Let's talk about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where on March 8th, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp backhanded her. She felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March
the setup photo.
This is what Mr. Depp
with the freshly
said
poured
in every
beer
half
and
an
no
hour.
condensation on the bottom of
totally
it.
abandoning
Perfectly
any
laid out
responsibility for
lines.
behavior like
And
this.
her
But what happened on
coffee
March
cup
22nd
laying in the center of the
is
table.
He wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner, and he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided to have some lines of cocaine and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed their dog, their teacup Yorkie, and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a
There's zero proof of this.
and he's howling. Like
Zero proof of this.
Richard said, while holding the dog out of the car. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this because...
And nobody is going to believe that Johnny Depp will cause harm to an animal.
Defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all of them are witnesses on his payroll. They're all scared to say anything bad about him, and they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is, oh, if he didn't abuse Miss Heard in front of his 4 bodyguards, then it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness in this case. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts.
Well, he said Whitney showed him how to do it. That's what she said. She said Whitney showed him how to do it.
And saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop coke, stop pills. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Miss Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. The same with Sean Bett, his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, he said,
Mr. Bett looks like he wants to punch him in the face.
The rest of us drinking sparkling water. I don't think that kitchen video that we just saw was like you or I when we drink sparkling water. This is the same Sean Bett who said that on the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit, he said Mr. Depp may have...
Oh, yay, Elaine's going to talk.
You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Travis McGivern said that Mr. Depp rearranged Miss Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Miss Heard and only under cross-examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas to try to suggest to you that this assault that Miss Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp held Miss Heard, hit her. We'll get to that incident. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Miss Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence.
Yes, it's well known that Amber Heard's parents still like Johnny and support him in this.
Stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that
he's going to do about an hour
money and he needed to start selling things. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Miss Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, fine, he was late. But we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to his home on Sweetser Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Miss Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him. He testified by the video link on the stand. And I said, you don't know what he did in that intervening time period. And he said, oh, yes, I do. I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. And they're telling you whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side.
Oh, so you're saying kind of like Amber's friends saying whatever they would tell you to get on Amber's side.
But Mr. Depp would go through periods
because they were also paid,
where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent to Paige Heard, Amber's mom, after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route. Meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no luckier man on this earth to have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you. So as you're weighing the evidence and you're weighing Mr. Depp's credibility, think to yourself, what do I believe? What he has a motive to say on the stand, or what he wrote contemporaneously with the events? Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly
Hiya, Dan.
the way Mr. Depp describes it. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text, where Miss Heard says, is that about last Friday night by any chance? And Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, they're fake. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says that she doesn't have
From
injuries
before
on her face.
her and Johnny
Look
got
at the
together,
date
that's an
of this
iPhone
statement, ladies and
6S.
gentlemen. March 23rd,
And she has brown hair.
15
The
days
timeline
after
doesn't match
this
up.
incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. And she texted, look who she texted that to. She texted
At 2
her
weeks
mom.
old, that bruise would be
They
purple
say
and yellow, not still
never
dark
told
brown
anyone.
like that.
Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was sitting close to Miss Heard and maybe had her arm around her at a campfire. And everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking. And Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, that she's so much stronger than he is. But then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he went and he took Kelly Sue's hand, forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer in which not only did he
Objection, hearsay.
but he took her into the bathroom. He slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there. And no, sorry, that was the next one. In
No, it's okay, Rottenborn. Get your story straight real quick.
The trailer and did what he called a cavity search, where he inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard
Trash the trailer with $62 worth of damage for having to replace one light sconce.
Damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to one of the main Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial.
No, the guy said he's not even a fan of Johnny Depp.
You heard testimony from Rocky Pennington, Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And is that really a surprise? The man
$62 trashing a trailer. I've done more damage to my house.
You saw the quote that he admitted to the other day, that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions.
That was from an article 27 years ago from a publication that's not even in circulation anymore, by the way.
Pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person and not so fair-headed after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. Oh, how I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh, okay, Your Honor.
Okay.
Even if you silence your phone, Amber Alert will push through, just to let you know. It's not their fault. It's not their fault, Judge. Thank you for taking care of that.
That's after Hicksville. This is what
It's
I
an
was getting
Amber
to next.
Alert based on his bullshit.
The testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013, when Mr. Depp looked a little scary by the way his body fell into the water, and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again, making his kids aware of this. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment." That's what he said. And then, do you remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island.
Yes, because Johnny Depp is built like the Hulk, and he can just easily lift somebody up by their neck.
With Lily Rose, Mr. Depp sends her this piece of poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her for trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually, before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her lesson. When he hit her on the plane, when he threatened to break the flight,
She said she learned her lesson from one time of ecstasy. Didn't she testify to saying that she was taking ecstasy at every Coachella she went to?
Almost all the time he did. Maybe sometimes when he didn't. And in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than a wedding ring on his finger. Or
well, now you're calling your own. Now you're calling your own defendant a liar because she said, "I can't remember a time he didn't wear rings."
They're going to try to come at you either way. They say, well, he was wearing rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face. And then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On 2013, in London, Mr. Depp.
Come on, Long Crime. Are you kidding me with this? All right, let me see if I can find another one. Shit, Jesus Christ. These guys suck. I find it's funny that an Amber Alert came up during them. Oh, God. There's Long Crime. Let's see if just reloading it helps. No, they're still frozen. Way to go, Long Crime. God, these guys suck. Oh, did it freeze for everybody? Why is Court TV taking a break? Oh, is there a problem with the feed all around, I bet? Okay, so I don't know what's going on with their feeds right now. I have no idea what's going on with their feeds, you guys. It's not on me. I know I have horrible internet, but I don't know why the feeds are jacked up. As you can see, my computer can bring up the feeds just fine. I don't know. Maybe the power went out at the courthouse. Maybe the power company or the internet company around there, like Amber Heard's contacted them and it was like, hey, if he's making her look bad, just cut the feed. Cut the fucking feed. All of the messages that he was showing where he's like, see, this is Johnny Depp abusing Amber. Well, those weren't sent to Amber. You can't claim emotional damage or anything like that for any of that. So I don't know what they thought that they were trying to do with those. Yeah, you can't keep up with Snoop Dogg or Willie Nelson smoking pot. I don't know what's going on as far as any of these feeds go right now. It's like everybody seems to be frozen. Okay, it's back on.
He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they happen throughout, where he doesn't remember what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that person's account that you just heard? But actually,
I believe Johnny and the person that went with Johnny on the plane over Amber.
Which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne. And what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenities and insulting any fuck who got near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but pills are fine. And he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at his text to Patty Smith when he says, when I was in NYC, they were brief visits and I fucked and charged by horrific fights with Amber. I fucked up and drank and got shitty, was so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard the next day where he says, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. But I will never do it again. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I must get better. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying he's just placating her. Is that carrying his burden of proof and showing that abuse hasn't happened even a single time? This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the hallway wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned that there were. So now their theory is if there's no marks, it didn't happen. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, you heard the testimony from Io Tillett Wright that where Mr. Depp told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke he made on his wedding day. Then we fast forward to Australia, where Miss Heard is flying from London, where she's filming The Danish Girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this, where he's on a drug-fueled bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enablers. Again, there's a reason you didn't hear them testify in this trial. They're getting in drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off when he says, need more cocaine.
Oh my God.
So, and no one, Miss Heard was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. And we all know what happened in Australia. We all know that.
I like how he keeps changing with his little clicker, but it's not changing on the screen.
He took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period.
Look at your hand and tell me how many MDMA, how many ecstasy pills you think you could fit in your hand to require it being called a handful. You're not taking one.
And he fired her. And he told Amber for about the 25th time, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want to post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up against the wall. And I won't go through, you remember her testimony from Australia. You remember her saying that he had her by the neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle up against her face and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just over and over again smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard him get impeached the other day with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with a desk phone and suggest that that was it. It's deception.
Actually, you Rottenborn, it was your team that put the desk phone photo up. Just thought I'd let you know. You guys put that up, not Johnny's team.
But not before what happened before she went to bed that night, where Miss Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I felt this pressure. How
did Rottenborn forget that his own team provided the photo of the phone on the bar?
It was broken. I didn't know.
How did he forget that they provided that photo, saying, "See, this is the replacement that they said they had to put up"?
This is the next morning. This is what he wrote with the bloody stump of his finger. And there's been testimony about what happened to cut the finger off. But frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether or not Mr. Depp abused her.
What?
We all know that
what did you just say?
Curled, and someone was standing with a half-gallon vodka bottle from about where that canopy is and threw it, and it somehow managed to damage just the bottom of the finger and leave the nail fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, starring Billy Bob and Easy Amber, who talked about controlling jealousy, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and they try to blame her and say that she wrote "Call Carly Simon."
If I was in the jury and he would have said that act statement, this is what you would have seen from me.
There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was told. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under cross-examination, he admitted it's not.
Yeah, there wasn't even a spot for a phone jack
no handle of vodka
in that house.
But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More writing, more abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing.
Yeah, Amber, play it up. Play it up. Get that pouty boo-boo lip out.
Asleep that night. He takes the bloody stump of his finger and dips it in paint and destroys your paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous rage and his desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013.
Come on, Amber, try to summon him up.
I don't need actors.
Get him a
fucking ambition.
Wait.
He tells her in this recording.
I can't.
Jealous and fucking crazy and weird.
Did they get the cameras on me? No.
I become jealous when you're doing movies. I become irrational and fucking crazy and weird. Out of his own mouth.
Don't you dare, Fishy. Don't you dare say that she's got tears. You know not a single tear's been produced this whole
something
court
about
case.
Wait up to fight.
How dare you? Objection, hearsay.
Jealous.
Lack of foundation.
And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous. You see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to control her. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one hasn't previously grabbed someone by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts the other day that he sat on the stand
Touche.
and writing. And I'm not going to read them to you again because they're the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And he did. These are texts that he produced that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This, not what you heard on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. I cut the top of my middle.
Oh yeah, she
says that to Dr. Kim.
everything changed with her. She got very aggressive yesterday.
Says to Nurse Velati,
Stark
I just
contrast.
chopped my finger off.
Immediately
He does
before
say
that, she was
too.
crying.
Remember, we played this one 4 times, and Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know. I'm talking about Australia. The day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day that I chopped my finger off. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. He gets what they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wielded like a club. And they got in an argument when Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding. And she
If anybody on the jury believes any of this shit,
At
I'm gonna
some point in the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis McGivern claims that she threw a Red Bull can at him. She and Whitney Henriquez say that absolutely didn't happen. But even if you believe Mr. McGivern,
even if you believe the 3 other people that
Mr.
testified the exact same
up the
story.
stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had a bodyguard with him. So he could have just walked out the door, but he runs up the stairs, and Miss Henriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs. And Amber admitted that when she thought he was about to push her down the stairs, as he's grabbing at her and Amber with his free hand and trying to club them with the cast hand, she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face.
So she's admitted domestic violence. Awesome.
That she had.
Not self-defense.
That Mr. Depp had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser.
Camille's already done.
Herself
They've already
and her
finished the
sister
closing
from this
arguments.
Animal who's running at them. This person that they claim couldn't possibly have done this because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging the closet. I don't know what you all do when you rearrange your closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange your closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit Miss Heard with, they claim.
You do realize, Rottenborn, that he had a whole nother hand, right?
Even if he hadn't hit her
like
that
most
night,
humans
that's
have
abuse.
2.
Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick that you don't know if you set them off, if that's what's going to happen. That's abuse.
Elaine actually looks like she's gonna cry better than Amber.
But sometimes
anybody
he would
else notice that?
apologize. He'd say, I can't
She's like,
express
"My
how
career's over."
sorry I am for having stooped so low as to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good.
I believe
And when
I
it was
absolutely
good, it was
can.
really good. But then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her 2 or 3 times and sending her toppling over a Chase lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him and he balled up his fist, leaned back and headbutted her square in the nose and pounded her head with the back of his fist so she couldn't breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top. And she said, this is when I thought I was.
Thank you for repeating the ludicrous statement that he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her.
These are the pictures that they claim.
You never want to let him know where you're coming from.
She painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't hurt badly enough, so therefore you're making it up? Look under her eye. And again, their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd have worse injuries than that. She'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, as she's being hit, she's supposed to somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him, as he was trying to barge at her, and she got her feet caught under a door as he's coming after her.
As he's coming after her, the multitude of times that she says that he keeps running away, he's coming at her. Okay.
Their abusive partner.
Okay.
And apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for that.
You hit me, Johnny.
Violence. That's what
you just
yet they continue to
hit
blame
me.
the victim.
Oh, sorry. You hit me, Johnny.
There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking about a hoax, the next day she went on James Corden, and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have been. She would have to be the dumbest person in the world to say, I'm going to commit an abuse hoax, but let's do it the day before I go on national television. Let's do it the day before. But you heard
let's do it the day before so that everybody tunes in to see me on
I didn't
TV.
understand half the terms about makeup.
Thanks for pointing that out.
She
That helps
testified in
everybody go,
great
wait a minute,
detail
didn't she
about
also
exactly what she did
publish an
to cover up
op-ed
those
3 days before her big...
the red
she seems to
lipstick
do
that
a
she
lot of
put to
stuff
cover
just
up the busted
before
lip.
she's like going to make an appearance
You
somewhere.
heard the testimony of that from a neutral party who said exactly what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Ms. Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial about a pocket knife is Whitney Enriquez saying that Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. I think one of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, I forget if it's a text or an email, but you can look at the X58. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all of her family saw, the family refused to go to the Bahamas with them for Christmas. The family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and on that trip to the island, Mr. Depp kept passing out, and every time he passed out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap, and she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't show you the closet, she didn't show you the bathroom, and Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom.
Understandable.
She said,
Not gonna lie.
this time, he grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And then she ran out of the house. And to keep him away from her, that's when he claims, and she admits she threw something at him. She didn't know what it was. It's been testimony, it was a can of mineral spirits that she claimed that hit Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter? Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. You saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride where Mr. Depp has the same shadowing under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive.
It's not a shadow. I proved to everybody if you recolorize the sepia photo, that's definitely a bruise.
He held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her neck against the railway car. And at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt. He rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast
Objection, hearsay, there's no evidence, lack of foundation.
Very quickly,
Plus,
experienced terrible financial news.
Angel
that
kind of
night.
likes that. It's a good
Came
time.
over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk. He chest bumped me. He fell to the floor. I fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders. And that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of this and saying, nowhere in there does it say that. And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64. And pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Depp does when he experiences terrible financial news or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. And then we know what happens the day after his mother passed away on May 21st, 2016. And we're going to skip through a little bit of this now, and Elaine will talk about this in the context of the counterclaim. But these are the pictures afterwards. These are pictures that now they're claiming that, well, they must have been fake. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line from below her eye to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's been no testimony that those are faked. Mr. Depp went through the house. He destroyed pictures of her friends. That's abuse. Property destruction like that, in and of itself is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the bead show that she was having. He spilled wine in the hallway.
He keeps saying destroyed. I don't think that word means what he thinks it means.
Testify that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts that she sent to her nurse, Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this right now, but you can listen to this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. It was awful. I'm not.
It was awful.
But it was
I'll agree.
That in and of itself is abusive.
I'll agree.
This
No,
is
that
the
no.
document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But then he continued his campaign of humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming of abuse. One time.
He's almost done. We get to get the stuttering Susan here in just a second. It's gonna be awesome. Elaine.
If you don't, no, you have to return a verdict for Ms. Heard. A ruling against Amber here sends a message that no matter what you do as an abuse victim, you always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. No matter how honest you are about your own imperfections and your own shortcomings in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. Don't send that message. That's what he wants you to send.
Wait a minute. So you're saying that Johnny is saying that you have to be perfect to be believed? Well, then he therefore would be saying nobody's going to believe me because I've said that I'm not perfect.
What Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and convincing evidence. So this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence is evidence that creates in your minds a firm belief or conviction that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you think that he never abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney, Eric George, who testified by video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. So you cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way to ask her lawyer if it was okay. They will say it doesn't matter if she's lying. But even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true. Because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard wanted to be malicious toward Mr. Depp, the article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Mr. Depp used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is Mr. Depp's damages. The man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems, everyone but himself. You heard us reading the stack of articles dating years before he broke up with Amber, before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that the movies were flops.
What the fuck did he just say? Did he just say Johnny has blamed everybody but himself?
As an actor.
Hey,
A word
you
of order
mistook
here, ladies and
you mistook
gentlemen,
your
is that
client
The only thing Amber
for
ever
Johnny.
did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for what she said in 2016. I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory, nothing else. Any damage to Mr. Depp's career is self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Joel Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Depp sued him. His former agent, Tracy Jacobs, said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to Pirates 6. Disney's corporate representative, Tina Newman, said that there was no record in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after the op-ed was published the same day as the op-ed. It said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day, the paper article came out the same day. So the op-ed didn't cause that. There's no evidence of any contract by Disney for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract.
Probably had an option for it, though.
Christian Carino said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed. Anything he's lost is the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after he met Adam Waldman, the same Adam Waldman who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm and fire them and blame them for things. But by the time that Amber wrote the op-ed, Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the Sun for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same witnesses. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the fact finder in the UK whatever he wanted. Now, it's not the same testimony he told here, because you heard me impeach him about 13 times with his testimony from the UK. But he's had his chances. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Tell him to let Amber move on with hers. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber.
What?
And now you'll hear from Ms.
What?
About the counterclaim. Thank you.
Amber Heard's attorneys don't. Amber Heard can't even afford her attorneys to have more than one microphone in the court. Oh God!
I get to say good afternoon.
I get to say that, Your Honor. I get to say that.
Here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you to all of you for this extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick as I can so that you can get a break from us and go make your decision. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this slide that hasn't been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp cannot recover damages for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? So what Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, their expert, on November 2, 2020, and his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't get anything after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very, very important thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and said he's here to get his reputation back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for what? For nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing because he wants to put her through this again, the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally has said enough, enough. And we're asking you to finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed everybody in the world, his agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody.
You're confusing the
He's never
clients.
accepted responsibility for a thing he's done.
You're
in his
talking
life.
about your
But we're
client. She
asking
even blamed you guys for
to
not
accept,
submitting evidence. She
to
says
make
that
him
she
accept
submitted.
responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has done by creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about, that just took wildfire and went off into negative media and has made Amber's life pure hell up to this day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her, to be fair and hold him responsible so he stops. We don't want another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. These are Adam Waldman statements. You've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything. So now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the evidence is very clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in a minute, that he says Adam Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, says these things. Now Mr. Depp said
He did.
"Oh, I didn't even know
You
that
can't
those
prove
were
that
counter-"
Depp
Well, we know that's not true.
had him make any of those remarks.
Was 2 months before those statements were made, in February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail, the same place that all three of these statements were published. And he gave him 2 spliced audio tapes to try to make it look like Amber was the person who was committing the abuse. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to discredit her. And the timing of this, we're talking, the statements now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the UK. That's what happened here. And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So Mr. Depp is standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending on their needs.
Dolores
They have
Umbridge.
selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is meant to imply is that Amber is lying about the sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is this contradicts Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about the sexual assaults that happened was in this case. It was in the UK case. This is the case that Mr. Depp brought in the UK. And instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember it being shown at one point with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was treated confidential. She did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this with the cameras, no less. But what else?
Heart-rendering, not heart-wrenching, heart-rendering. You're doing a great job, Dolores. Keep it up.
Sexual violence. Ben went through all four of them, and I will not repeat them all. You heard the testimony. And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories that differed from that with Mr. Depp. He didn't get on the stand and say, you know, no, this didn't happen to at least a couple of them. And he can't in Australia. He can't remember anything likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those canvases and how long that took and how much hatred and rage you have to have for somebody to do something like that. Writing on the walls, tearing up her nightgown and wrapping pieces of raw steak and putting it all over the house. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. With respect to the malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But there's a couple of more facts here. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. They stand in each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put from the April one that went into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual malice. And she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony. This was Johnny Depp's best friend for 40 years until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said. One of the things he said, he met Adam Waldman once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack and put dirt on people. The second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. He remembered even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede in some of these fights between Johnny and Amber when he would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. He said, you know, how is it that they can be sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober. You know, he's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any event, going back to, that's the first statement. The second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your pocket to be able to find additional malice with him. Remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, we don't investigate those things. But he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for perjury. Do you remember that? That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there.
You've missed a ton of the trial if you don't know about that.
Yeah,
They all
of
came.
Johnny Depp's, positive.
But just depositions,
social
none of
media
them testified
that is
in
putting all the
person.
negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting knocked out of Twitter because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempts didn't do the trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now, the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together with her friends. They decided they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence here, and went away, and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place, and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911 and tried again to get Johnny charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false. Because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, but I'll talk about the rest of it, and I'm going to try to do it really quickly. But we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over, he's already been drinking, he's already high, and he is on a tear about feces in the bed from a month ago. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. And that was his this time. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, this is ridiculous. Of course nobody did. And by the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone at Amber. Amber screams out and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder, pulls her hair, grabs her and starts hitting her. So Io gets hold of Rocky Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then she continues to
She's a horrible storyteller.
Screaming loudly 10 times, Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up, loudly.
No, you're not the only one.
His bodyguards hear this, they come in, they break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one. Remember their testimony?
I think Elizabeth Mars and Josh Drew were amazing with their coincided, scripted, coached testimonies.
Pictures here on the picture frames, knocks things over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next day, and he comes in storming in and he says, get your bitch out of here, and he's got the big magnum and he's mad, and Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out of there as fast as she can.
She's so
there too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture, or he might have not.
Oh my God, she's a horrible storyteller.
One of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony of his bodyguards. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York police 911. He's afraid they're not going to get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's still in there, the police haven't come, and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the
Is
call
she
summary.
testifying?
And the call summary shows those 2 calls.
Is she testifying?
In proximity here. So it's not them, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see that they're like 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come. And, we've talked about it. We've shown you the pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Science was three years on the job at that point. They say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from Detective Sandanaga. That's the domestic violence.
Who didn't see an eventual objection coming to this? Is she telling a bedtime story? Is she she seems like she's at a cocktail party talking about this wild time she had in Vegas. Like, even Amber, yes, exactly, Jonathan. Even Amber's like, what the fuck is she talking about?
You recall Josh Drew saying,
I've never seen somebody flail around so much during,
like, give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. But in any event, she would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have done an incident report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime. Because domestic violence, it has the cycles. They come back, and it's good to have the record for the next time that it might happen. So she said they should have under the circumstances, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, it is a code that they use, and you'll see that it's twice on that call report. So to say that's why we didn't write a report. But in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report they're insisting that to the second set, it doesn't make any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false because Amber did everything but try to press charges against Johnny Depp. So they go away. And the testimony is that Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs. So they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. They had no idea the second police officers were coming by, and they certainly didn't call them, and they certainly didn't talk. They never talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video cameras in there. You see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. They wave. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No, they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? Absolutely. There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. Because once again, the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages, that 772 and 773, he says, my profound apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd if he didn't know that he did all of those things? And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they didn't remember this call 2 months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in making that statement. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers to press charges. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman planting these when he talked to the ECB people. You know, remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection, Your Honor.
Somehow she wasn't.
Did you approach?
Sorry, everybody. I'm still in the trying to get this new microphone set up. It's a pain. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. She just sounds like a rambling, incoherent, like, does anybody else feel the Billy Madison speech from the principal coming on right after this? Like, who wants to hear the judge say that? Holy shit.
I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Waldman planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because it's all the same thing. She wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. She's not going to go outside her house, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup on so that she would cover those up? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days where she didn't wear eye makeup. A lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some of them are with eye makeup.
I disagree. Not one time on the stand did she ever not wear eye makeup. Not one time in the courtroom did she not wear some sort of eye makeup.
Then she probably doesn't have makeup. And that's where that mistake happens. But you heard her testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155, and you'll have the actual thing in there. That's the type of palette she used. And she was very adept at telling you what color she puts on for the different days of bruises. This is a woman who for 4 years did everything she could to cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax, but there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all of the evidence because Ben did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes and Dr. Spiegel testified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. She kept contemporaneous notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012, both physical and sexual.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes testified to that.
You would think by this point in time, somebody on Elaine's team would have reviewed her notes before she went out there and just started rambling. This is the third time she's been objected. This is more objections than have happened throughout the entire closing argument so far. What the fuck is going on? Like, what? How did it? Oh my God.
So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse and sexual abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment. And she
Your Honor,
didn't
objection.
that was in there.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I am getting a lot of enjoyment from the look of defeat on Elaine's face every time they're objecting. She's like, "This is absolute horseshit." She just has that look on her face the whole time.
Spiegel confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment, but she also didn't deny that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she even realized before.
By the way, guys, I am so sorry that I'm trying to get all this stuff set up.
2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed by that. Now, significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she went through and took the notes, took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together. And you heard about at least 60
Amber's doing her best to repair the damage that Elaine's been doing by showing super pouty face.
And
Oh,
Mr.
there.
Depp's team has been able to not
Amber, let it
retain
go.
any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult process for her because there was an awful lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said that she has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any of this or making any of this up? That's a big question here. They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money because, first of all, remember the testimony of Laura Wasser, the divorce attorney. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So Amber doesn't have to have an abuse. She could have divorced him for irreconcilable differences, for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse. And she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, unless they had a prenup or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup and the postnup, but it was Johnny Depp who, and you've already heard from Ben, he called her up and fired her. He didn't want a postnup or a prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence. And look at page 69. It says how much he made in 2015. It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything.
We'll
She could have
all
just
die.
said, I don't like you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your
She
Honor,
would have been
we're
entitled
going
to
to
that.
object again.
Here we go. Shot every time Elaine gets an objection. This is ridiculous. Johnny's team has got to be absolutely enthralled with how poorly this is going with Elaine. Does anybody else see this going any other direction than how it's been going since Elaine has gotten up to the stand? Did any of us expect any different? Like, seriously?
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? 7 million. What does she do with the 7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate
She didn't give anything to
ACLU
charity.
and for Children's Hospital said donation and pledge are interchangeable. You know, these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits. And that's what she said. She pledged it over a period of time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now, she started to make these donations, and you'll see that the first one.
She made
was
one
on
donation.
behalf of
She followed
Mr.
none of the
business
rest, where
manager,
she
Mr.
did
White,
have the money.
actually sent the letters with the 100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused and gave the credit to Mr. Depp, not to Amber, for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for 500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in payments to them, but then she got sued here and hasn't been able to because she spent $6 million.
No, she has not. She did not make $1 million. She made $500,000 in payments.
Those pledges.
And you can't say she made $1 million because Elon paid $1
And I
million,
elicited from
and
both
she
the
claims that
ACLU
doesn't
and
go
from
on her
Children's
side.
Hospital.
What is
They
Elaine
haven't
doing?
expired. She can
She
pay
is
them whenever she
destroying
wants to,
Amber right
and she
now.
fully intends to. But she has to get out from under this first. Now, who would blame a woman for giving $1 million in charitable donations? Who would do that?
Elaine
That
is
sounds like
destroying
psychological
her
abuse to
own
me.
client
Mr.
right now. You guys
Mandel
understand that?
testified Johnny Depp is not a charitable person.
Holy
He has written
shit.
big checks for him. Mr. Depp got on the stand and says he does it anonymously, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few different types of damages, but one of the things that the court has talked to you about, she told you that because we have defamation, it's invidious, and therefore it's very difficult to prove these. And so these damages to business reputation, inconvenience, embarrassment are presumed. You don't have to prove those damages. And one great example of that is the testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So
He is
didn't
decimating
read
her,
anything in
or
preparation
she is
for his
decimating
deposition.
her right
He
now.
didn't talk to anybody before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract. But, oh, yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, but Amber got the script, and yes, they did change it. Then he said, no, we never negotiate salaries, but oh yeah, we did renegotiate Jason Momoa's and Gal Gadot's. So he just doesn't want to admit to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star, who said they guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers were being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because of the defamatory statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon.
Not almost, was knocked out of it completely.
Took you through
knocked out of it completely.
Track the defamatory statements, the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media, and it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago over 2.36 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory statements. It took on a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal won't use her, even though they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC Films. It was the biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her. It was her blockbuster. This was her mega. But what happened instead? As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the contract. She got the stand. All of those things were shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for the stand. She wasn't allowed to. She hasn't been allowed from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other comparators who all went way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statements. So you have some very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just stop talking. The producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold gave you some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those comparators to show that they got big movies, that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the 4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used the stands, how much they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years, that it's between $47 and $50 million that she could have had. The emotional distress damages are even more extreme here, and that is testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attacks, the nervousness, the intrusive thoughts, the that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was from Amber yesterday and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. They're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave, for God's sakes. She can't get away from this. The social media that has just taken off has just consumed. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being should be put through this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, fine, and we're going to sue for $100 million because look at what you've done to her. We're not asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following the evidence and the instructions. But we do ask that you fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very last point is punitive damages, and you surely have those in this case. We've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done combined within 45 minutes. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right, so go ahead and have your lunch. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay? So let's come back at 2:10. And just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Defendants have 6 minutes. Okay? I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from testimony. Okay? All right. Thank you. All right.